Good morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give the traditional 2 minutes just to make sure that everybody is on. So we'll start in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Christoph. How are you this morning?
Very good. Thank you.
And did it rain?
Yes, yes. The weather is changing. Yes, from day to day. So last night it was a rainstorm in Warsaw and in most of the country. So the weather is changing. So from very hot to storm rains and back to be hot later in the week. We'll see.
Yes. Okay. Okay, it's 2 minutes past the hour, and well, participant numbers have stabilized. So let's start. So good morning, afternoon, and evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first day of the IGF MAG meeting within the second open consultations and MAG meetings schedule. Just a few things just to make sure that you're all aware that this meeting is being recorded. There's transcript and you can click on the live transcription. It is also being webcast through YouTube, so people can view it there as well. There is going to be a summary report later on this week of these 2 days. If you would like to speak, please put your name in the speaking queue. If you're not able to do that, you can send a message to the IGF Secretariat and they'll put in your name in the speaking queue. For today, though, the priority is different from yesterday, which was the open consultations. So today, MAG members have preference and the MAG chair can, of course, ask or choose or call upon anybody else who wants to make an intervention, but it is a MAG day. When you speak, could you please restate your name and organization, and if you're not a MAG member, whether or not you're speaking in your personal capacity or on behalf of your institution. With that, I would like to give the floor to Henriette Esthuisen, our chair, to start the meeting. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm going to switch off my camera soon. Welcome back, Henriette Esthuisen here, MAG chair, and welcome everyone. I hope you had some rest and some time to reflect after yesterday's open consultation. First of all, I'd like to thank all the MAG members for being in the session yesterday. I think most MAG members were present. Today, we should note apologies. And I want to review the agenda because we have changed the agenda today to align with the stage where MAG members are in the evaluation of the workshop and to give you sufficient time today to complete the next step in that process. But before I review the agenda, I want to ask if our host country chair, or I think Chemek, Mr. Chemek Tipiak, who's representing Poland, any remarks from you, Chemek, to open the meeting?
Actually,
I'm
Madam
sorry,
Chair,
Christoph is here.
exactly.
It's
Just wanted to
Christoph
point
with
out.
us.
Co-chair
Sorry,
is here.
Christoph.
Yes.
I was looking at the participant list. You have the floor, Christoph.
Yes, no problem. So yes, we will do the maybe more advanced update later on, but I will very shortly start. So thank you, Henriette. Thank you, Chengetai. I will be very brief today, and as was requested, I will be very slow as well. So dear MAC members and colleagues, warm welcome to our today's MAC meeting. First of all, let me thank you for your hard work and efforts regarding the evaluation of submissions for the IGF 2021, which is extremely important to us. I'm aware that it has not been an easy task, especially for the new MAC members, but it also has been a good experience and knowledge building experience for the future. The MAC chair, myself, and the IGF secretariat are always here to support you. Ahead of us is still much to be done. We need to endorse the final list of the workshops, as well as to put other activities to shape the IGF 2021 agenda. Poland as a host country will be working closely with various MAC working groups and listening very carefully to your suggestions and proposals. You can count on our continuous commitment and support. Just to mention that this is our joint work and effort to make this year's IGF successful, despite the current pandemic restrictions and limitations. I have a good feeling that we can make it, and from the response I'm receiving from the different angles and directions, I'm very positive. To sum up, I'm counting on your involvement and feedback during our today's and tomorrow's discussion on shaping the IGF 2021 agenda. This is a unique opportunity to hear your voices and thoughts on these issues. I wish you a very fruitful discussion and excellent meeting. I do hope to see you all physically in Katowice in December this year. So I will stop at that moment. So thank you again, and I will pass the voice back to the chair.
Christoph, thank you very, very much. And I think that was the perfect, calm, encouraging opening that we need to help us through today's work. I'm looking at the list of participants. I really joined. It feels very good and supportive to have you in the room with us. And welcome also to our captioner. As Chengetai has explained, today is a MAG working day. We will be doing some sessions in MAG breakout groups. So observers, I'm afraid you cannot join those, but just keep an eye on the agenda and you can stay in the plenary. You're very welcome to participate in all the plenary sessions. I don't have any others at hand at the moment. Chengetai, are you there? Are you muted?
Yes, I am. I couldn't hear you. I don't know whether it's my end or your end, but there was some silence.
Is it my connectivity?
I'm not too sure. I don't know if other people.
Well, actually, It could be my connectivity. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly now. Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to ask you to note apologies. I have on record apologies from Susan Chalmers and from Joyce Chen. Is that correct? Is there anyone else?
Yes, I have not received any other apologies from my end.
Okay, good. I might need to move, so please do tell me if my internet connection is not stable. I'm sitting by the fire, which means I'm further away from the router. But let me review the agenda. So today, if you look at the agenda on screen, thanks Louise for presenting it for us, it is different from the agenda that was shared in advance. We'll start today by doing a short debrief on yesterday's open consultations. So really that's where any MAG member wants to pick up on a point that came out of yesterday's session, maybe one of the inputs from partner institutions, and reflecting on that. We will then have a presentation from the Secretariat of the workshop evaluation process and the results. They'll share with us a breakdown by region, by gender, developing country versus developed country, and theme or issue areas, and so on. So that will just give everyone a big picture view of the outcome of the evaluation process. Then we will move into breakout groups. These will be short breakout groups. They'll really be social in one respect, because MAG members really haven't had much time just to talk to one another informally. But we also will give you the opportunity in those half-hour long breakout groups to share experiences of the evaluation process and to make suggestions for changing or improving this process in 2022. It's good to do this because it's fresh in your mind. And in fact, many of you have already shared very helpful suggestions on the MAG mailing list. So this is where you can recap those, document them, and report, and we'll capture them, and the workshop evaluation process will take note of them and make adjustments as needed in 2022. And after that, we will have a 75-minute breakout session where you will go into your workshop evaluation groups. Some of you might have done part of this work already, part or all of it already. I'm not sure. You can tell me, but my sense is that you haven't all completed this process. Louise, if you can just scroll down a little bit to that 10 to 11:15 UTC session. Thanks very much, Louise. We'd like you then to, in your evaluation groups, just review the scores that have been shared, the combined scores. You all know what your individual scores are. And based on that, develop baskets of proposals, green basket, orange basket, and a red basket. And we'll review that in more detail later on. I won't go into the detail of that. We'll also, when you start that breakout session, before we go into groups, the Secretariat will also share with you their experience and considerations that they would like you to keep in mind when you do this task of sorting proposals into baskets, which is based on their many years of experience of organizing IGFs. So after that 75-minute session, Louise, if you can just scroll down a little bit. In that session, by the way, we'll review it later, but we also would like you, if you have time, to take a first look at the overall program thematic structure. But the priority output for that session is to organize the workshop proposals in your issue area into baskets. You'll then have a much deserved break. We've kept it short just in order to keep the overall meeting time as short as possible. So a 15-minute break. After that break, we then move into reports of the breakout groups, the issue evaluation, workshop evaluation groups. And we'd like you to just reflect on what you've done, share where there are proposals that you want feedback on, maybe suggestions for moving a proposal from one issue area to another, and so on. So that will really just be debriefs, reports from groups, and deciding what tasks and next steps need to be completed before our next meeting next week on 30 June. Then at 12:30, that's the end of that session, and we will then move on to plenary session 3, 12:30 UTC to 13:30 UTC, and that's when MAG working groups will present suggestions and just share some of the work they've done. But specifically, we're not asking for long reports or details of how many meetings they've had. What we need are recommendations that these working groups have for the MAG. We'll ask them to present those, and then the MAG can discuss those recommendations and make decisions on how to proceed. And then we'll just move into the closing of the meeting. So it's quite a long meeting, but we hope it would be not too long or too intense. And yesterday we kept very good time, so I hope we can do that again today. Any questions about the agenda? I see in the chat that Jim Prendergast is asking if the agenda is online. And Jim, the agenda was online. We've changed it. So if you we really have literally changed it this morning. So just give the Secretariat a little bit of time, and they will put this updated agenda into the meeting pages, and then you'll be able to access it. Any other questions? Nothing. Good. So if that is the case, we can move up. Louise, if you can display the first part of the agenda, please. Thanks very much. We now move into plenary session 1, and I'm opening the floor for any remarks, any questions, any comments based on the open consultations that we had yesterday. So please, I know you might need a few minutes to gather your thoughts, but you can join the speaking queue. I will also look for hands in the participant list. Was there anything that came up yesterday that stood out for you that you think we need to keep in mind? I think it's too early for him to have joined us, but Carlos Afonso did share reflection. I think, some of the observers, I think Mark Carvel, who's with us today as well, did share a reflection on the participation of national and regional initiatives in MAG meetings and in open consultations. So I think that was an interesting reflection. And I think there were quite a large number of NRIs in the open consultation. And we did have an update session towards the end of yesterday's meeting on open consultations. But it is something that the MAG can discuss at another time, if not today, just whether we are effectively including NRIs in the work of the MAG. I think that is, it was an interesting and I think a significant observation, particularly as we have this goal to integrate the global IGF process more closely with the NRIs. The other thing that stood out for me, and I opened the floor for reactions from MAG members and the Secretariat as well, is that I felt that there was a good fit between the issue areas which the MAG developed based on community input and the priorities of the institutions that presented their work. Would people agree with that observation? Does anybody want to react on what they felt about the issue areas when they listened to the inputs yesterday? No reaction. Well, perhaps that means that people have not yet reflected on that, or did you not listen to the inputs from the participants? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it is important that MAG members do reflect on this.
Good morning, Henriette. It's Adam. Sorry, I've not used the speaking queue.
Thanks, Adam.
MAG member. No, I was just thinking that the contributions were very useful, and you're right. There is a significant connection between what the organisations were saying and the issues that we've adopted this year. But in fairness, on one hand, that's probably because they were designing some comments for a session where those issues were front and foremost. But yes, I think you're right, and it is a good sign because these are the organisations that have been supporting the IGF often since its very beginning. But yeah, it's an interesting point. On the NRIs, I think we have about 90 national IGFs at the moment. I can't remember how many regional IGFs there are. I know there are sub-regional, so I'd imagine there are about 10 or so of those. So there's about 100. I don't know how many did participate, but perhaps the MAG at a future point in this process, we could organize a meeting where the MAG actually has a session with the NRI group to ask about their priorities so that we can see how we can align with their interests, because they will be holding their events, their national regional IGFs over the coming months. So perhaps if we can do that, then we can work out A, how to support them, B, to find out what they're talking about as we consider both our sort of preparatory sessions running into the global IGF, but also how to reflect some of those issues into the IGF itself. And of course, the NRIs will have some sessions themselves at the IGF in Katowice, so some alignment would be helpful. So yeah, building off that, perhaps we could, as a MAG and an open consultation, of course, mix it with inviting the NRIs to join us. Time zones
thanks
allowing.
so much, Adam. I'm glad I kept the silence going because I really do want MAG members to speak. And I think you are right, Adam. I mean, Anya, maybe you can comment on how many NRIs were present. I think it's not always easy to quantify that because there are also MAG members that are active participants in NRIs. But I do think the one reflection that I have had being involved in NRIs and in the Global MAG is that I think sometimes there's a tension between NRIs prioritizing influencing the global agenda. And I think that is definitely a priority for many NRIs. In fact, in our coffee break discussion yesterday, Karim pointed this out, that it can be difficult to get local issues onto the global agenda. So I think that is a priority. And then on the other hand, there is the need and expectation for NRIs to be very locally oriented and to respond to priorities in their region and in their countries. And I think it's worth, from a strategic perspective, to consider that balance as the IGF evolves, because we do want NRIs to also not just have NRI spaces in the global IGF, which I think has evolved really effectively to have NRI organized main sessions, but we also do want NRIs to influence the global agenda. So I think this is something to consider for next year's MAG, how to ensure that happens. Are there any other comments or hands? Any other reflections? Observers, any observers? I open the floor to observers if you want to comment on yesterday's open consultation before we move on to the next item. And Anya, do you have anything to share on NRI participation, on Carlos Afonso's point that he made in the chat yesterday?
Hi, good morning, Henriette and everyone. Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone, especially for yesterday's great ideas on improving our collaboration with the NRIs, which I'm gathering and will communicate to the NRIs as a specific output from the open consultation day on the reflections on the NRIs. I don't have a concrete response to the number of the NRIs that participated yesterday in the open consultations, just because it's a bit challenging to count that. I can count, of course, the formal participation by the coordinators or alternatively members of the organizing committees. Those are the names that we have in our files, and those are the colleagues mostly we work with on a daily basis. But you know, the NRIs as a concept is, of course, much broader in terms of the community, and it could be that a number of community members were also present. But last year we did very good, I think, exercise between the facilitators of the intersessional work and the NRIs in terms of mapping and suggesting possible mechanisms to increase the effectiveness of the cooperation between the intersessional work and the NRIs. And I think my suggestion as a focal point to here to the MAG for consideration, and also will be to the NRI coordinators for the consideration, is to maybe do similar exercise for increasing the cooperation between the NRIs and the program development through cooperation with the MAG. So perhaps it doesn't also need to wait for next year. We will, I assume, most probably have the third MAG meeting, or there will be other opportunities, well, the third open consultations and MAG meeting, or there will be other opportunities for the NRIs to take more active participation in terms of physical representation on our meetings until Katowice. So perhaps that could be something to work on in the months to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Anya. And you are absolutely correct. And there will be the issue teams. MAG will lead these issue teams, but they will also be open, and NRIs can participate in them. And those are the teams that will shape main sessions and other aspects of the agenda. So very good suggestion, and I think we can tackle it this year already. Thanks very much, everyone, for the very dynamic, few but very worthwhile contributions on this topic. We can now move on to the presentation from the Secretariat of the IGF 2021 workshop evaluation process, and that will include an overview of the number of sessions and where from that were received. Handing over to you, Anya and Louise.
Well, thank you very much, Henriette. Maybe I can share this presentation. Probably it's going to be easier for me than for Louise. So hopefully you can see it now on your screens, and I've also posted the link in the chat. This is the presentation short overview of the results that's available in the MAG repository on the IGF website, repository of documents. So there's quite a lot of information in this, and in the interest of time, I won't go through everything, but I'll just draw your attention to probably the most maybe critical parts for your evaluation. And of course, I think it's self-explanatory if you take a look in the visuals, and we can take questions on. So in general, the evaluation, these results reflect on the evaluation results of the 203 workshop proposals. As you know, each MAG member was evaluating a multiply number of proposals, and overall 75% of members did evaluate everything that was assigned to them, which means that there were a few workshops which did not receive the final scoring. Then you will see in the full lists of workshop proposals, they are ranked by the average score of all the individual scorings by MAG members. And we also, for your attention, did extract the deviations for each individual workshop evaluation results based on the overall average score. So technically that means two visible differences between MAG members evaluating the same workshop proposal. In terms of the format, it's more than clear that even if we look at the top 40 or top 60 best ranked proposals, even compared to the overall proposals that were initially submitted, that the round table, U-shape or circle format kind of dominates the selected format. Usually 90 minutes is the most preferred duration of the workshops. In terms of the stakeholder balance, the top 40 and top 60 do mirror the overall balance of the submitted workshop proposals, with civil society having the biggest number of speakers, followed by government and private sector, technical community, and the IGOs have the least number of speakers. And this is basically how it compares to the initial results of the submissions in terms of the balance. So you can see that it's to a good extent similar balance. The regional balance, the same. VIOG again dominates the speakers regions, then followed by Asia Pacific, and that's actually good compared to previous years where we are seeing an increase in speakers coming from the Asia Pacific region. Then followed by it depends if you look at top 40, followed by GRULAC region, but if you look at top 60 ranked proposals, then you will see that GRULAC and Africa are having a similar number of speakers. Gender-wise, I think we are doing well, similar to the initial results of the submitted proposals. For example, if we look at top 60 best ranked proposals, then you can see that we have almost half of speakers from female or male classifications, or those that classify themselves as others. In terms of the balance of developing and developed countries, I think it's important here to say the methodology that we took. So we looked at the Human Development Index, having the highest HDI ranked as the developed countries. So those are the countries with the best economic income, and then the others are developing countries. That's why this resulted in having 90% of speakers coming from developing countries, while 8% are coming from developed countries. But note that the number of developed countries per the highest HDI is a relatively very short list. So I assume that the speakers balance is probably the most important to the MAG, given the fact that the organizing teams may have less. There was less formal requirement in terms of diversity than for speakers, but overall, again, the organizing teams do mirror stakeholder balance as well as regional balance as speakers. We have civil society again, which dominates even for top 40 or top 60 best proposals. Regionally speaking, again, we have the biggest number of organizing team members coming from VIOG regions, same for top 40 or top 60 best ranked proposals, followed by GRULAC in this case. So that's a bit different, for example, than the speakers where you've seen that Asia Pacific follows VIOG. In terms of the gender-wise, as well as the balance for developing and developed countries, very similar as with speakers. We have a good gender balance, as well as good balance in terms of the developed and developing countries, of course, taking into account the explanation I gave for the methodology. On thematic comparisons by the issue areas, this is very interesting to look, especially if you compare the overall balance of thematic areas on the total number of proposals, so what's been initially submitted. So you will see that in both in top 40 or top 60, we have the emerging and cross-cutting issue area on trust, security, and stability, which has the highest number of proposals, and then it's followed, for example, for top 60 by the first main focus area on universal access and meaningful connectivity, or for top 60, it's followed by economic and social inclusion and human rights. And I said that it's interesting to look, just because here it's very much visible that if you look at total number of received proposals initially, the area that had the biggest number of proposals was really the economic and social inclusion and human rights. And then finally, you have individual breakdowns of the policy questions within issue areas for top 40 and top 60 compared to the overall number of initially submitted workshop proposals. I think it shows at least a good result that all the policy questions are to a good extent represented. But there are, for example, if you would look at top 40, then there will be policy questions which are not represented at all. And it's something for the breakout groups, the evaluation groups to take into account. So I will not go in detail through this, but I think it's very much visible here if you take a look in these. In addition to these analyses, in the document repository, you have a complete list of all evaluated workshops. They are ranked from 1 to 203 by the average score. So it's a priority list from the one that highest, the one that scored the highest, being the first one. And then, as I said at the beginning, proposals are also ordered by the highest variance for your consideration, where there was a bit of different evaluation results, which are obviously different from the individual MAG members. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say. In terms of the SDGs, as you know, there were no limitations on which SDGs or SDG targets could be chosen, but it's definitely that SDGs 16, 5, 4, 9 are also dominating the proposal. The SDG 10 is also very much best positioned. So with that, I will stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anya. I now open the floor for any comments or questions on this presentation. Teresa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anya and the Secretariat, for this very comprehensive summary of the evaluation process. I was a little bit surprised and shocked by the very first slide, Anya, that you showed, which kind of confirmed that only 75 MAG members actually evaluated all workshops, and this is very disappointing. And I might not make many friends by what I'm going to say now, but I think we all knew that this would be very intense work. We were very well aware of the deadlines. We were reminded by the deadlines, and Henriette, I know that you were reaching out to any MAG members who were lagging behind individually to try to catch up. But in very plain words, it's not fair. And I would be curious to know why this has happened, whether this is a trend that has been observed for previous IGFs as well. And just, kind of encouraging MAG members that were not able to fulfill the evaluations to maybe step up the game for other tasks that will still be quite time intense and remain to be done in preparation for the IGF. Thank you. Sorry for the unpopular opinion.
No, thanks, Teresa. I'm very glad you said that. I'll let Shangatai add and Anya, but I'll just share what I know, and that is that, in fact, the percentage of MAG members that evaluate workshops has increased overall. It was last year, I think a peak was reached, and I think this year it's also not been bad. Remember, that doesn't mean that only 75% of MAG members evaluated workshops. It just means that there were some workshop proposals which were not evaluated by all MAG members. So in other words, not all MAG members completed their tasks. But I think if I understand correctly, the percentage of MAG members that did very well in completing their task is actually quite good. Then also keep in mind that the MAG is small this year. We've gone down from 50 plus to around 40. And there are, I know of 3 MAG members who had personal health or family health circumstances which made it impossible for them to do any evaluations at all. So I don't think that is as negative as it looks, but you're absolutely correct in emphasizing the importance for MAG members in performing this task. But I think that 75% is a little bit deceptive. Louise and Shangatai, do you want to clarify further?
No, Henriette, I think you said it quite well. Yes, it is a little bit deceptive, and we do have some MAG members with special circumstances, and all workshops did get a reasonable number of evaluations, and yes, there has been an upward trend in the number of MAG members completing their evaluation. I would also like to say that if there is, sometimes we do get those 1 or 2 MAG members who actually show no interest in fulfilling their duties as a MAG member, then of course, when it comes time for the renewal of the MAG, and usually we say that, it's renewable for 1 year, but MAG members get 3 years. So if that MAG member has shown no interest during the year of being a MAG member, then of course we would replace them in the next year. But what we found out is that most, 98% of MAG members do want to fulfill their duties. And yes, some MAG members do have special circumstances, especially during this time. I think we will find that there is a higher number of MAG members with special circumstances. So yes, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, but thanks for that, Teresa. But just I also want to commend MAG members for doing their work. That figure, for example, would include if a MAG member had 60 proposals to evaluate and they evaluated 57. Then that would become part of that 75%. Then they would be have been represented as a MAG member that did not complete the evaluation, but it does not mean they did not do a substantial amount of work. I checked in individually with all the MAG members who had not, progressed well, and what I learned is that MAG members had COVID, for example, and were still recovering, or had family members with very serious illness. So I must say, overall, I share your sentiments. This is very important, and I agree with Shangatai. MAG members who do not contribute will be replaced, but I think overall the contribution has actually been substantial. Any other comments or questions? Shangatai, I don't know if you have the figures at hand, but I think it would be interesting just to share more or less how the numbers of session proposals this year compare with that of 2020. And keep in mind that there are more session types this year. But if you have the numbers available, how many session proposals did you receive in total, including for sessions other than workshops?
I'll just ask Lewis to provide those figures. If he has, maybe it will take him, like 5 minutes to dig everything up. If we could come back to that when he's ready.
That's fine. He can just share it in the chat. The reason I'm raising it is just because I think that on the one hand, there was a concern that uncertainty would affect the number of sessions for IGF 2021. And it probably has, but on the other hand, if you look at the overall number of session proposals that were received, the numbers are good, they're not bad. And so I think that is reassuring for the host, it's reassuring for the MAG. So there is, there's possibly, and Louise can confirm it later,
yes, I would say
reduction, but not a dramatic reduction.
Yeah,
Shangatai, how would you?
I would also say that we have more than enough for the good functioning and to have a good IGF as such. It's something that I'm also struggling with. I mean, we do want more and more people to apply, but if we can only have 200 sessions in total, is it really good to have 400, 600, 700 submissions, or should we, just aim at having, if we have 200 sessions, then let's aim to have 300 or 400 as a mark, so that the other people who put in the efforts can put it into more concrete. But I think the number for this year is about 400. But Lewis will confirm. And yes, I mean, it's all to do with metrics. Large numbers look good, but there is also the other side of it. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Changatai, and thanks to Anya and Louise for working with the statistics and doing the compilations in a very short space of time. We are a little bit early, but seeing as there are no hands and no one in the speaking queue, we can now move into the next session of today's meeting, which is MAG members working in groups. These are not your evaluation groups. We'll just cluster you randomly. And that's really for you to just check in with one another, remind one another of who you are, where you are, and what you do, and then to share and document some of those experiences and lessons that you feel we've learned from this evaluation process, from the way in we've approached it, the way in which the form was structured, and the criteria and how it felt applying those criteria. So you can build on those comments that were already made in the list. And all that we ask you is to, in your breakout groups, just for one person, just to document some of those suggestions for the future, and then we can share them with the Secretariat and the workshop process group for consideration next year. So we're a little bit early, which means we'll come back a little bit early. This session was intended to be from 9 to 10 UTC, but only for the first half hour to be in groups, so 9 to 9:30. We're starting 10 minutes early, so we'll come back 10 minutes early. So at 9:20 UTC, we will bring you back into plenary. So enjoy your discussion, everyone. I'll hop around, and so will the rest of the Secretariat, and we'll see you back in plenary at 9:20 UTC. Louise, over to you to do the sorting of MAG members into groups. And observers, you're welcome to hang around, and we'll be back soon.
Okay, thank you, Henriette. I understand these are random groups. I will create 4 groups, maybe three or four. 41 people here, maybe 4 groups.
I think that's fine. 4 groups is fine. In fact, I think if you're doing random groups, it might be easy to, is it difficult for you to exclude observers?
We can create 3 or 4 groups and people can join to any of the groups if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's create 3 groups then, because I think if you subtract the observers and also the scribes and stuff like that, it would be less numbers. So maybe.
I think that's a good suggestion.
True. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
So, Louise, just to confirm, we are asking MAG members to join one of the groups. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I am joining some MAG members.
Okay, good. So it's a combination.
Also randomly.
Okay.
Yes, just to facilitate the thing. So I would say MAC members are already in the groups. Now everyone else can join any of the groups directly. I am not sure if this works in some systems in Zoom yet, depending on the version. But otherwise, please write in the chat and I can join you or move you to any of the groups. There are group 1, 2, and 3.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the plenary. And I noticed that observers did join the breakout groups, which is fine. It's difficult to avoid that. And I hope you all had some good discussion. To move into the report back, are there MAG members who can share some suggestions that you have based on the experience of doing the evaluation this year? And I'm just going to call randomly on MAG members who I saw in groups. Amrita, your group, can you start us with your report, please?
Thank you, Henriette. We discussed, about this year's proposals. There was a discussion that on the quality of proposals. A few MAG members who have been here earlier found that though the numbers were not high, the quality also was not so great, and many of the proposals did not know what a hybrid proposal means, and there were no plans on how people can participate both online and offline. However, diversity in the proposals was much higher than in the past. There was an observation that there were no new significant proposals, new as in topic in the proposals. And in terms of suggestions, some of the suggestions for the next year was that there should be something more specific on the critical areas which needs to be discussed, as in the proposals need to be more specific, like for example, if medtech and pandemic, needs to be related, show the responsibility gap in terms of human rights, digital rights, the governance aspects on these need to be discussed more youth related topics, or youth should be encouraged to participate in submissions. The new issues should be discussed and not repeat issues which were already established in countries. However, opinions were a bit divided in this point. So there was another suggestions that people should come up and suggest issues they want to be discussed even within MAG meetings, and they could argue on why that needs to be decided, and based on contributions the agenda should be set. There should be diversity in language, it should be encouraged. There was a suggestion by an observer that people should be allowed to write proposals in their own language and translate it. However, we understand the limitations of finances, and this is our wish list. If ever finances are available, if this could be provided. And there was another suggestion that since this year is going to be the first hybrid meeting, so perhaps next year there would be more examples and explanations which could be shared with people on how it goes about. And another suggestion was, when we have the forms, we explain a bit, on what the questions mean, especially for newcomers, because there is a gap between the kind of proposals which are submitted by people who are experienced, submitted proposals 3-4 times, and newcomers. So that's all for now, Henriette. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Amrita. And we will record these suggestions in the record of the meeting, and then the workshop evaluation process. The working group on workshop evaluation process can take this forward. Next, can I call on the group that had Maria Paz in it? Maria Paz Canales. I'm not sure who's doing the report, but I saw you were in a group.
I was in the group, but maybe it's fairer that someone else makes the report. Maybe Adam, do you want to do it?
I think Adam has just stepped out for a
Okay.
cigarette, probably, knowing Adam.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I can try. I spoke a lot as usual in my group. So I think that in general there were different approaches in the comments of the members of our group that were very much depending on the level of experience that the different members had with this process, because we had some first year member in the group and others like me that we are in our third year. So the point of comparison differs for each one, because they don't have the previous experience of seeing the workshop evaluation process. So from the perspective of the less experienced MAG members. They considered that it was a good quality and good representation of good sessions in the proposals, and they were happy to see the composition of the diversity item in many of these process. Some of them were engaged previously with the work of the MAG some years ago, and they compared this experience with that recall that they have of how things were 10 years ago. And definitely for them, there was a clear improvement in terms of diversity, in gender diversity and geographic representation. They value very much. One element of criticism that it was some kind of agreement between the less experienced MAG and the more experienced MAG member. It was about that the policy question maybe didn't fulfill their intended purpose in this round of the process. There was some kind of disconnection between the policy questions that were selected and the content of the session. So finally, that rendered the policy question not very useful for the assessment of the quality of the session. And we were discussing a little bit, Wim encouraged us to reflect how this could be improved in the next round. And he was posing some question about if the policy question required to be more general or abstract to fulfill better their purpose. And some of us were reacting in the sense that maybe we are asking to the policy question to fulfill a role that was not the original role. And I was explaining a little bit to the other MAG members that were new to the process what was the original purpose of the policy question, that it was to try to provide a guidance to the organizers of the session for making the session more outcome oriented, more policy outcome oriented. And at the end, the secondary utility of this policy question also, it's organized the input that came from the IGF discussion in order to build some kind of instrument for further dissemination of the work of IGF. But I was personally suggesting that, for example, maybe that work of organizing the outcome could be achieved through looking into the more sub-themes or tag criterion that before in some point of the work of the MAG we used it also, and not trying to do it through the policy question, because different from what happened in the previous 2 years that I had opportunity to take part of this evaluation process. In this year, the policy questions were not really connected with the content of the session, but rather more fulfilling the requirement of the form of making the choice of connecting the policy question identified by the MAG with the session, but not very useful for organizing the unfolding of the session itself. But overall of that, I think that we reflected also about the need of provide more clarity in the instruction that are accompany the instruction for the submission and the form, because there's still, it might be the feeling that you need like some kind of insider knowledge to understand better how to deal with these different elements, and there a little bit of a sense that could be like over engineering of the process that make people confused about these elements. I know that we have talked before about this, and that the Secretariat and the MAG members have made an honest effort for clarifying and providing more information, but the result of the content of the proposal shows that still there's room for improvement on that. But the final reflection for leaving with some more positive note that also was shared is that maybe also this confusion about how to build the proposal or how to fulfill each one of these criteria. I echo also what was said by the previous group about the confusion about the hybrid format and the interaction between inside and online participants. These are problems that are also reflected that we are connecting with new audience. There are new proponents for the sessions, and this is a good problem to have, because that means there is some kind of rotation and there is increased interest of new audience to engage with the IGF, and it's just a learning process that we need to continue improving and fostering. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Maria Paz, and everyone else. Does anyone in that group want to add, and also in the previous group?
Hi, it's Adam. Thank you, Henriette.
Go ahead, Adam.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I was listening, having a cigarette on the balcony. But I'll try and give up my Katowice. And yeah, I just wanted to agree with everything that Maria Paz mentioned there. And I think particularly this notion that I think we're getting a little bit over-engineered, as Maria said, and it's sort of, I think we know how this happens because we many of us are involved in other processes where there's a policy development process over time, and it seems like it's a layering of process on top of process on top of process. So understand why it is and how it happens, and it's for good reason, and it has its purpose, but sort of a little bit of paring it back for next year would be helpful. And a general comment, I honestly don't understand all of the problems mentioned with hybrid. I understand that it's difficult to think about, but I think all we were asking for really was a recognition that some people will be online and some people will be on site. And haven't we just lived this experience for the last? We certainly understand how online working is. So is it so hard to think about, I might be in a room, but some of the people will still be online as I was for the last 16 months? I really don't get this. It sounds like it's not an overly complex problem. It's trying to think about something that we're thinking about globally, not just in the IGF, but how we're going to go back into our working. Some of us will be in the office, some of us will be working remote. Is that so hard to think about how your lives are going to continue in what may well be a hybrid format for a long time? So I'm quite confused by this. It seems that either we didn't explain it well enough, or we have a lack of imagination, frankly. So sorry to be, provocative, but that was the intent of that. I think there's been just a lack of imagination about where we are in our world. This isn't really, we're not all going to be going back to jumping on planes again as we used to do, basically. Or
Adam, I think the issue is precisely that. I think people have made the transition to virtual processes. Hybrid is very different. So I actually think it is very difficult. I think it is difficult to manage hybrid offices, and I have, personal experience on that. It's easier to manage a fully virtual process and a fully face-to-face process than a hybrid process. So I don't think you should be that harsh with the community. I don't think it's a lack of imagination. I think it is just not knowing what all the factors are. And I think it's it's the open-endedness of it. I think if one has a very specific understanding that an event will be hybrid, in that you'll have so many people from these countries face to face and so many people who are virtual, then you can plan for it. But I think people know that it's hybrid, but I think actually making that more tangible is hard. So I do think it is hard. But very interesting comments, and I think really important to consider, particularly if we are going to be working with this hybrid process. But as we said in the open consultation yesterday, I think this will be a learning process. And I think I heard Paul Charlton say this in one of the groups. I think we'll have a much better understanding as a MAG of what a hybrid event entails after this year, and hopefully then also be able to convey that better. And the policy question discussion, very interesting, because there didn't used to be policy questions. And I think then there were policy questions introduced maybe 10 years ago, maybe a bit less. And I think that what the reason for us pre-selecting policy questions this year is because last year there were literally hundreds of policy questions, many of whom weren't really about policy at all. And that then became very difficult for the Secretariat to capture and synthesize. But maybe, yes, maybe we need to move beyond policy questions. We might not need that. So these are very, very good inputs, useful to think about. And we should actually capture some of these before some of the outgoing MAG members leave, but we'll do that later in the year. So the last group, I think that was the group with Teresa, Carlos. Who else was in that group? Lucian?
Actually, it's me who will deliver the group's evaluation, Madam Chair, if
Go
I may.
ahead, Chermek.
Because we decided that although I was not a member of the MAG who evaluated the process, nevertheless, I caught a few issues from our discussion. I divided them into two main parts. The first one is communications, and we discussed roughly two issues here. First one is we are focusing, and we would encourage for the next year's evaluation to have increasing communication between the MAG members who are evaluating those workshop submissions proposals, between so increasing the communication during the evaluation phase. And it could be somehow streamlined, using, for instance, the MAG mailing list as a good way of exchanging views, but not, of course, not discussing individual cases, because that's up to the MAG members to decide. And so it will be just a general discussion. And the other area is content issues. And first of all, we have had a very good discussion here, and hearing the voices of other groups, we are in very much agree with them. And what we would like to add from our side is that we feel that we are lacking here evaluating questions. I mean, regarding the output, what the session organizers output would like to have. So we think that this needs to be added. And regarding the format, hardly anyone explained why did they choose this type of format or that type of format. So there need to be an information on what were the criteria of selection. So this is also a thing that's lacking here. Some of the proposals did not put anything original, so originality was also raised here as a good way of making those proposals better and more diverse and more in-depth, because that was something that we were missing here. There were many repetitions, policy questions were repeated. So this is something that we miss here. Some of the people, as I said, did not answer questions. There was also another 2 points. One is that the MAG members could be able to be enrolled to the group where they could have more expertise on, because the MAG members were selected by randomly to their groups, and some of us felt that they could give more feedback according to their expertise if they could be assigned to other groups of their choice. And another thing which was raised here, and that's the final one, the final point of my address, is bringing external support to the evaluators. That was actually raised by Carlos, who said that in his field in Brazil, they used somehow the external evaluators to help them, to assist them in evaluating those the workshop proposals. So that's something that could be discussed, but of course it's depending on the financial resources at hand. So that's roughly all from me, unless Teresa, Carlos, Evelyn, or other colleagues would like to add something. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chermek. Any additions from anyone else in that group?
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Kipyak really summarized very well.
And if I get it correctly, this group actually is making also some concrete suggestions with regard to criteria, that a criteria should be added for being originality, and then also specific evaluation criteria for outcomes and outputs. And I think, and then linking the choice of format with a rationale for why that choice of format. So these are very concrete suggestions. As for external evaluation, I'm not sure. That's I think that touches on the core role of the MAG. So, that is a more challenging suggestion. I'm opening the floor to any other comments or questions. We have some time, other reflections from people. And I just want to remind MAG members that while these reflections should be considered for implementation next year, you can also begin to respond to them later today. So for example, even if there wasn't a criteria specifically for originality, when you do your final selection of sorting the proposals into the different baskets, you can of course talk about originality. It's still a criteria that you can apply in your discussion when you make your final selection, and similarly to some of the other points that you've raised. And as for policy questions, they were in the proposal format. You do not need to use those policy questions as a specific organizing principle for the program. So you still have a lot of flexibility in how you address some of these issues that you've raised today. But are there any other comments or questions or suggestions from anyone? Speaking queue is empty. I don't see any hands. And if there's no one from the MAG that's asking to speak, I'm happy to invite past MAG members and observers if they want to share any reflections. I see a hand, and it is Courtney. Courtney, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Raj. I'm a MAG member from civil society. Apologies, I just got kicked off, but I did want to contribute. I thought the policy questions were fine, but in my I was working in a group that I would say is not my forte of expertise, but I think there are also benefits to that, because if you're evaluating workshops where you are not necessarily an expert, then you are also looking for all of the components that will help make sure that, whatever the session is, has a decent, support for why that session should be chosen. I found it that the policy questions tended to be the same, like one or two out of a broader set, and the same issue with not necessarily then linking that to the narrative. I think we could kind of shorten the open-ended narrative sections, because I found a lot of repetition between that, and focus more, as I kind of put in the chat, on what is the outcome? What does, how does, and I think we focus more on kind of outcome and or output. That might also help address what I raised kind of yesterday, this tension between, wanting to encourage organizations or institutions that are doing kind of policy relevant processes to bring those into the IGF and, share with the community, et cetera, along with, newer first-time proposers who might be coming to the IGF for the first time. Because if we're focusing on outcome, one of the outcomes could be introducing a new issue to IGF. Another outcome could be, making sure that there is consultation input into whatever the process is. So I think we should give more value and weight to outcome, reduce the narrative sections. And I kind of had previewed this, I think, in my questions about what the difference between policy and relevance would be. And I still did find that a bit hard to really distinguish. I felt like some of the way that the evaluation format ended up being used, that it was a little bit redundant in terms of which factors I was considering in my scoring for the different sections. So I think looking at that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Courtney. And I think that, listening to all of this, I think that this is always the risk with this type of process, that the strength of MAG processes. Actually, let me save that, and I'll make my remarks at the end. Evelyn, you have asked for the floor. Please go ahead. Very nice to have you with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Henriette. I just wanted to add something with regards to originality, which I think would be a very vital criteria to include, because, well, it's my first year as a MAG member, but like when I read the proposals, I had several of them which were like scoring reasonably well on most criteria, but they were still like not very, like they didn't contribute anything new. Or I couldn't really imagine that there would like be an interesting discussion resulting out of them, just because there was nothing really, how to say, there was no new ideas discussed, or like no new approaches, or like it was basically just repeating the call. So in a sense, I felt forced to rate them highly on the relevance, on the policy question, or even on the quality. But I would not really feel to attend this workshop, just because it's too much mainstream, to say it frankly. And the other thing I wanted to add, I think it would be motivating for us MAG members, or also add to the quality of the evaluation process if we would be free to choose which session we would want to be assigned to evaluate. Because I think several of us have background which would greatly benefit the evaluation process, who would really be like experts in certain topics, but not in others. And it would also make the evaluation process more straightforward, because if you have to evaluate proposals from an issue area that does not reflect your expertise at all, it needs like lots more effort to come to familiarize with the topic. And I felt that I was not so well able to judge certain topics over others. So I think it would make sense if you at least had the possibility to say, like, to indicate a preference, and some members might not have a preference, who could still be assigned randomly. But just to increase the quality of the evaluation process, and also make it a bit more smoother, or like motivate MAG members a bit more to actually do the work they're assigned to do.
So it's an interesting suggestion, and I think past MAGs had operated on that basis. I'll ask the Secretariat to share their reflections. Thanks very much, Evelyn, for that. Paul, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, Henriette, and hello to everyone. I just wanted to say that in terms of the point that Evelyn just brought up, I think the current system works fine. I guess I would agree with Courtney, as I understood her, saying that, if you're not an expert in a given topic, you're sort of bringing a fresh pair of eyes to a proposal. And that might actually, it may actually be a benefit. Maybe the ideal system is one where, as Evelyn's saying, if there are individuals who are specialists very much in a particular area, they could offer to evaluate proposals in that area, but others can just evaluate proposals randomly. Maybe that's a good compromise. I do think on the hybrid element, where we were saying, we said during the process, there was a message about, because so many proposers weren't sure what to do with that we would just have to take into account that the format and interaction portion of a lot of proposals would be weak. I think that was the case. I think that next year we'll have so much experience from this year that we will be able to provide more guidance. But I also think that this year, once we've done our evaluations, that the successful workshop organizers will probably still need help. And so I hope that the MAG or the Secretariat will be in a position to give ongoing guidance on the hybrid element over the next coming weeks and months. And finally, just to add in a positive element, it was my observation in the workshop proposals that I saw, I thought the diversity element was better than in past years. I didn't see too many, for example, male-only panels. I saw a lot of gender diversity. I saw a lot of geographic diversity. And so I thought that was one element that was stronger than in past years, at least according to my reckoning.
Thanks very much, Paul. Thanks for that. And thanks, everyone. I want to ask all the groups to share their notes. It is in the recording and will be in the transcript, but it will also be helpful for the Secretariat if you can email them the notes that you took from your reports. And I think our target here should be to listen and reflect and try and respond to all of these. I think the challenge is that in a crowdsourced process, such as the IGF and the way in which the MAG works, there's also a risk to make the process more complex, because as there are more insights, more experience and perspectives, there's also a risk, I think, as some of the MAG members who reported said, to make the process more complex. And I think that should be a criteria for the workshop process working group for next year. Listen, reflect, make proposals on adapting the process based on this input, but do it with the goal of simplifying the process, particularly simplifying the process for the organizers, for session proposal writers and organizers. But I think some very concrete suggestions. And so Secretariat, I will ask you if you can actually put these suggestions into a separate document, not just as part of the record of the meeting. Then the MAG can work with it for the process for next year. And obviously you will take these insights into account as you finalize the selection process for this year. I don't see any other hands. I think there is the comment from Carlos Afonso about external evaluators. So that's something that can be discussed in the future. That's made in the chat. And no one has requested the floor. So I'd like to give you a short break. We're starting our next session at 10 UTC. So that is just in 6 minutes. So if everyone wants to just take a little break, and come back for our next session, which will be a breakout group session, but we'll start it in plenary. And that will be for MAG members, and observers will not be able to participate in those breakout groups. So take a break and see you in 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Good, we have everyone back. I hope you enjoyed your beverage, or even for those unlucky people like Adam who smoke, that you enjoyed your cigarettes. And we will help you give up, Adam. If you need MAG support, you just have to ask. So now let's move on to the next session. So I'm just checking that everyone is with us. I neglected to give the Secretariat the floor. Shingatai, Louise, Anya, just if you have any remarks or reflections based on the discussion that we had about the workshop evaluation process, please do make them now. You don't have to, but your bird's eye view and your big picture perspective is very valuable. Would you agree that the process has become more complicated over time? Shangatai, I'm putting you on the spot. You are muted.
I said, thank you very much, Henriette. No, there are two sides to everything. I mean, you can make two arguments to everything. Has the form become more complex? Yes. But is there some advantages to this complexity? Yes. Do the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? That has to be seen. The form is more detailed. Yes, you have to state in more granular fashion what you're doing to meet these certain requirements, which is good, and it also structures the proposer's mind as well when they are making their proposal. But I mean, everything has a cost, so that's one thing we all have to consider and just find a happy medium between the two. The second question was instead of randomized groups, having the groups chosen according to the expertise of the people. Yes, okay, you have the expertise of the people, but then a lot more conflict of interest happens, because this is where the MAG operates. You know, a specific MAG member operates in that sphere, so there's a lot more conflicts of interest, and there could also be a lot more bias in that, because there's no agreement in all subjects, and there's different types of views. So there's no yes or no answer to any of this, and I think it is good that we do try things. Yes, if the feedback is it's too complicated this year, then we'll dial it back next year and see where we can get a happy medium to everything. That's my input. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that, Shangatai. And just to close that, I will remind the newer MAG members that the MAG, the 2019 MAG working group on workshop process did an evaluation where they surveyed organizers and session proposers for feedback on the process. So some of the changes that were introduced are also based on that survey. So that is something that can be done periodically. There's no point in doing it too quickly, but it is something that the MAG has done. And once we have the summary of all these suggestions, we'll move forward with them. So thanks very much, everyone, and thanks, Shangatai. Our next session, breakout groups in the workshop evaluation groups. This is when you will break up into those groups that evaluated proposals in a particular issue area. Luis will create the groups, and you need to join your groups. He can check whether you are all in the right group. And the task really is for you to review the combined scores that have been shared with you. So I would urge the facilitators of the groups, you know who you are, to have ready the combined scores that the Secretariat shared with you. And your task then, Anya has sent a slide. But Anya, maybe if you can just display the slide for the task for these breakout groups, that would be very helpful. It's also in the agenda.
Now. Yes.
So this is the task. Thanks, Anya. This is the task which you have started already. And I think some of you have come further in completing it than others. And now is the opportunity for everyone to reach the same point. What you need to do is to sort the proposals in your issue area into 3 baskets. We'll focus on, I'll get back. I want Shangatai to emphasize some of this. The purpose really, here are the 3 baskets. Let's look at the second slide first, and then we'll go back to the first one. So these baskets are the green basket. That's where you have consensus in your group that the proposal should be included in the final list, and you don't require any changes. You will also identify proposals that you think are good and strong and that you'd like to include, where you feel, based on the content of the proposal, that it's suited to the preparatory phase. The orange basket, that would be for proposals that you did well, and you would like to include it, but there are some maybes. You might feel that the proposal should be in another issue area, or you want to ask the organizers to update a component of the proposal, for example, participation or diversity. You might want to propose a merger with another proposal. Or you might want to suggest, I think I heard one of the MAG members say at one point that they felt they saw a proposal that would be suited to a different format, not be ideal as a workshop, but as another type of session. And again, here you can identify proposals that you think would fit into the preparatory phase, if the organizers agree, and if all these other areas are considered. I think there's one, you left one here. Oh, merger is here. I've left it out. You might also want to consider proposals for mergers. And again, that happens with discussion with the organizer, and we'll give some sort of guidance on that as well. The red basket, and sometimes I think it can actually be quite easy or time-saving to start with the red basket. That would be proposals where everyone in your group agrees. They just were not good enough to be included or considered further. Anya, if you can just move to the previous slide. So your main task here is to focus on quality and content, to come up with proposals grouped into these 3 baskets. Do not be concerned about numbers at this stage. You really don't have to. I'm going to ask Shangatai to explain why. The purpose here is really just to look at quality and to come up with the proposals that you would like to see included in the IGF's program. And between this week and next week, the Secretariat will look at the facilities and give you options in terms of target numbers. But there's no point, until we know how many proposals are in people's green baskets, there's almost no point in giving you targets. And in terms of balancing numbers of sessions, according to thematic areas, we can do that later as well. So you don't need to focus on that today. However, if you do have time, if your groups can also look at sub-themes and issue areas to understand the overall program structure, to get a sense of how you want to group it. For example, we just heard in the earlier session that some MAG members felt that policy questions might not be a useful category. Maybe the headings of the policy questions, could be sub-themes, but that's something for you to look at if you have time. Just based on your evaluation of the workshop, what stands out for you as a way of structuring the program within the issue areas? Shangatai, I'd like you to come in here because you have a very clear view of what is important to consider at this point and what should not be considered.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Just from the Secretariat's point of view, we feel that of course, the main interest or the main purpose is to have an interesting, relevant, and cohesive IGF that promotes, good discussion, and people can use what comes out of it to help in their policymaking process. So when we're looking at the workshops, yes, it is merit-based, but it's not exclusively by the scores. So we're not just cutting off the higher scores. Yes, we do believe that for a certain we should have a certain cutoff where these ones are accepted because of the scores that they have. But then there'll also be some other interesting workshops that you may see that will improve the IGF and promote good discussion. And these can also be in the yellow basket, and we can give them conditional acceptance as such. So you may also find a workshop proposal that didn't perform that well, but with a certain amount of changes, and that's the conditions for their acceptance, that they change this and that, then it can be accepted. So these comments are also very useful for us. And also just reminding you about the mergers, you may find that there are some 2 or more workshops that can be merged together for one. It is also very important to point out that there may be one workshop, let's say in the green basket, and then one workshop in the orange basket and one workshop in the red basket that you feel can be merged. But it's not all workshop proponents would agree to a merger. So when you see a workshop that's good quality and can stand on its own, okay, that's fine. That can go ahead by itself. But then there are certain workshops where we say can only be accepted if these 2 merge, or one can only be accepted if they merge with another workshop, but that other workshop can be accepted on its own. So I hope I'm making myself clear here, but it's very important to signify these and explain what type of mergers is it. Is it both lose out, only one lose out, etc. And then, of course, the workshops with the large variance, it's worth looking into, not just because there may be a disagreement in the quality, but it may be actually the topic itself, which might be very interesting for the IGF and may also promote good discussion. And when we're looking at these, at this stage, we don't think you should be concerned about the numbers. We should be concerned about the quality, the relevance, and whether or not it would help enhance the IGF meeting, either the IGF itself or the preparatory phase. We will be issuing out a kind of like a skeleton schedule and giving you also the numbers discussion on next week's meeting, not before then, because that should not be entering your mind now, and it should not be clouding the selection or the process into these baskets. I think that's all I have to say, and if I've missed anything else out, please just let me know. And first of all, let me also just give a chance for Lewis or Anya to say a few words if I've missed anything.
Nothing to add, Chengetai. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
No, I think
Louise, nothing from you.
No, I think that you said everything, Chengetai. Maybe I would just add, but this is completely on personal capacity. suggestion to also consider how the Sustainable Development Goals are targeted or give more focus to that in following years. But this is personal suggestion only.
Yes, we haven't actually talked about that, and that is in the proposal. So thanks for that, Chengetai. I noted the comment from Maria Paz about numbers. Maria Paz, we'll do that very soon. It's just that the MAG has not yet completed the process of just deciding or reaching consensus on how they view the proposals. And as Chengetai, I think, said very eloquently, it's not just about scoring. It really is about other factors as well. But we will have the numbers discussion and conclude it by the MAG meeting next week. Adam, you've asked for the floor. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just to say that I do agree with Maria Paz, but I think we don't need to discuss that now, but just to note that. I have a couple of questions. So when proposers have been asked to make changes, how successful in the past has that been? Have they responded adequately? And what happens if they do not? Because it's all very good asking someone to make a change to a proposal, only if they do it. About merging, which personally I've never been a fan of, but I'll try to help. Why would you even consider merging a workshop that somebody has decided is red? It just seems completely illogical to me. So I don't understand why that would even be considered. I mean, to like score workshops or whatever. Anyway. So are we anticipated to discuss the scoring as MAG members in our respective greater breakout groups? Are we meant to use those scores as a guide for us, or are we talking in more general terms? I suppose that's a question. And if we are expected to be using the scores, I have a more specific question about the numbers that are in the Excel sheets.
Well,
and
the question,
just a final point. Sorry, yeah. Just to Chengetai's point, I'm sorry, but numbers collectively, as we see them, are the only reflection we have of quality. That's why you had 40 people score these things, and what we're now seeing is an average assessment of that. What other assessment of quality do we have other than, you know, an evaluation based on whatever, you know, our personal scoring was? So I'm a little bit confused, but the specifics are there. So you know, changes, mergers, and then are we meant to be considering scoring in our breakouts? Thank you very much.
So let me start with that. Yes,
okay.
You absolutely are meant to. Oh, Chengetai, you go first. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll just to answer. My doorbell rings. Just to answer quickly, as far as the numbers, as far as the mergers are concerned, yes, we've had people, we've had all sorts. We've had people that have said, yes, they will merge. We have people who say no, even if they have exactly the same title, except for a comma in the middle of the title, it's totally different. And their workshop is going to change the face of internet governance for years to come. But it's a conditional acceptance. So if they don't merge, they don't get accepted. And that's how it is. And for your on quality, yes, I mean, it could be a very good workshop that is timely for this time, but they may have a difficulty in I don't know, they miss one stakeholder group which you feel that is very important, but the topic itself will enhance sorry, I have to answer this, other you won't stop it. Will enhance the meeting. So I think we should consider that, but this is only a suggestion. I should remove the word should. You should consider considering that. Sorry.
Good luck with the door.
Let me step in as Chengetai goes to answer his door. So firstly, to stay on mergers, Adam, proposing mergers as a way of dealing with a poor quality proposal doesn't work. So we wouldn't expect MAG members to even suggest a merger, unless they felt there was real merit in that proposal. And in the one that they would like it to merge with. So we've had actually bad experiences in the past of merging very strong proposals with weak proposals. So really it's just in terms of the content and whether you feel they're very similar or they are very complementary. So that's really the MAG's insight. Secondly, do you use your scores? Absolutely, you use your combined scores. But remember, your scores are different. Adam, you might have scored a proposal 3 and you might put it in your orange basket, but it might be in someone else's green basket. And then it's a question of talking through those differences and deciding as a group whether you want to keep this proposal in the green basket or the orange basket. Similarly, for the red baskets, I think achieving consensus on that is important. You use your scores as a guide. It will give you a ranking of the proposals, but not all MAG members score all proposals in the same way. So that's why this opportunity to talk and then make a decision on every proposal is valuable. And as for numbers, it really, I support Shanghai in us not using that. For example, last year we had in one issue area so many good quality proposals that we increase the time space allocated to that issue area. So it really is something we want to do. Once you've got your green baskets, once we know which proposals the MAG feels really positive about, then we'll make more of a final selection with numbers. We also need to look at the slots and parallel tracks, but we will do that soon. What else did you ask, Adam? Did I cover all your questions? Was there something you asked about past experience in asking organizers to update or change their proposals. The Secretariat can add, my sense has been that people are keen to be included in the program. So they are usually quite receptive to being asked to get additional speakers or make the session more diverse or more interactive. So I think reasonable requests from the MAG, which are then conveyed to the organizers, are generally responded to quite positively. And I think the MAG, someone earlier made the comment, Paul Charlton, I think it might have been you, just also the need to support the organizers in some aspect. That's also something that can happen, that the MAG can actually even provide some guidance in their request for improving or updating a proposal. But I think generally the response to such requests are not negative. Maybe sometimes people feel a little bit offended, but usually they respond very positively. Any other questions? Are we ready to start?
I have raised my hand on the speaking.
Oh, sorry, Maria Paz, I didn't see it. Go ahead. I see it now. And Courtney has a hand up too. Okay, so Maria and then Courtney.
Thank you. I'm Maria Paz Canales, representing civil society from GRULAC, a third-year MAG member. And based in my experience in 2 previous evaluation process, I respectfully disagree with the approach that is being proposed for making the review and assigning the proposals in the 3 basket. The basket approach, it's something we already used the previous year. I am familiar with it, and we did it always in the previous year, considering an overall number of proposals that were not definitive. I agree with that, with what Henriette has just said about that. In some cases, when there are a number of exceptionally good proposals that are highlighted by the group, there can be a slightly increasing in the number of sessions that can be accepted in a specific issue or pondered in a different way, the weight of the different issues identified or tracked in the previous year. But I think that making without any kind of reference, it's a mistake in terms of operationalization of the process. And even a worse mistake from my point of view is making this analysis without having into consideration the score that are already done. As I believe my colleagues Carlos and Adam were pointing out in the chat, the sense of agreement that we already have in terms of the evaluation of the proposal came precisely from the result of the overall score, which is the average of the scoring that each one of us that reviewed the proposal give to the proposal. So in previous year of working in this issue of evaluating proposal, MAG always have had a deference for the scoring that is, had been assigned as a result of the scoring process. And then when we applied, it was a correction on that, looking into, for example, issues that were not well captured in the number of proposals that are higher scored, but that we thought that were relevant for the program. And in that sense, that's a work that is totally possible to do in the session that we will have next with the issue groups, in terms of making the exercise of identifying which one of the topics that we consider relevant for the issue are missing. But it's very difficult to do if we don't have an initial number of reference. In the past, for example, I remember that we were thinking about 80 proposals that will make it to a oral program, and we thought in considering between 20 and 30 for each one of the issues, considering to divide equally. I suggest that we have some kind of number of reference, because, for example, in my issue, which is the economic and inclusion and human rights issue, there are 68 proposals in that issue, and it doesn't make any sense that as a group, as a working group, we have to revise again the 68 proposals for deciding which one of them will go to the green, orange, or red basket, without considering the scoring and looking into the other things without a reference of how many of them they have a possibility of making to a final cut. So I strongly, it's the very few moments in the conversation in the MAG that I will strongly advocate for following a different path, because otherwise it will be difficult to really to be able to advance in this task in the 75 minutes that we have for the working groups. And a final point that I want to make is also related to the criteria of evaluating into the green basket, the proposal that will be well suited for the preparatory phase. I will talk personally, I was not clear about what it was the elements relevant for identifying proposal for the preparatory phase when I did my evaluation. So for me to do that work personally, it will imply to go again into the 68 proposals of my issue in order to identify, now that I understand better what it means, the preparatory phase, if they will be well suited or not, and review again if each one of the proposers were willing or not to participate in that phase. Because for me, that was not clear in the moment of the evaluation, and I didn't assess the proposal in that line. I don't know what is the situation of the rest of the member of my group, or maybe someone else can step up in the facilitation of that conversation, because I'm not going to be a well-suited facilitator for doing that. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria Paz. Courtney, let me hear from you, and then I'll try and respond. But I want to make one thing very clear. There's a misunderstanding, Maria Paz. We are expecting you to use the scores as a guidance. I think you can decide where you do the cutoff point, but we're certainly assuming that you will take the compiled scores and the ranking of the proposals that the Secretariat prepared for you, that is where your discussion will start. So while we're not saying you need to put 10 in your 20 in your green basket, we certainly are assuming that that you would use the ranking that was produced by the scoring. So while Courtney takes the floor, I'll talk to Shangatai offline just to see if he has a solution to your very strong feelings about giving target numbers. But Courtney, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just got kicked offline. So just in terms of the mechanics, two questions. One, in terms of feedback on proposals, I found that in many cases, the proposers had not sufficiently kind of defended why they needed, say, a 90-minute session. I think there certainly were some. But if the only piece of feedback is this is approved, but as a shorter session, is that going to, like, do you have to do any more kind of feedback to the proposer than that? And then the second question is just like, so on the mechanics, once somebody can please repost the link, since I got, thank you so much, got kicked off. So we go through the Excel file one by one and basically decide like which basket things go into. And then at the end, we're gonna go through and figure out, okay, well, we think this many proposals should go through. We think this many, you know, these are the ones that need to be combined. Can you just talk a little bit more about the mechanics of precisely what we need to come out with from this group, since I'm doing this for the first time and it's remote, it's still a little bit hard to wrap my head around. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Courtney. I'll try to respond, and I invite other MAG members and the Secretariat to add as well. What we want out of this exercise is for the high scoring proposals and that you all agree on, that you feel did well and that should be included, and to be in your green basket. We can give you a target figure, but I think it's easier if you look at the ranking of the proposals in your group and discuss first, you know, it can be easiest to start by those that you all agree can, you know, need not further discussion, and then to discuss those that you all agree should be included. The purpose then of the orange basket is really just for discussion of those proposals where there isn't easy consensus on, or where there was a high divergence in the scoring, or where you feel they add value in the way that Shanghai described earlier. They add value in terms of unique content area or diversity or interest, and they might not have been equally highly scored by everyone, but there are people in the group who want to talk about them, who feel that they should be included. So that's really the purpose of the basket approach. In terms of the cutoff number that Maria Paz feels will be very helpful, you know, we can set a number if MAG members feel it will be helpful, you know, to say to you, keep your green baskets, you know, to ideally, you know, no more than 30 proposals. You know, that would be one way of doing it, or 35. But we are not yet at a point where we can say that a particular issue area should have so many proposals. We need to look at the combined group of proposals and number of proposals that each group would like to put in their green basket, and then we can make a final decision on numbers. So I'm not sure I really helped, but does anyone else want to add? Courtney, does that help to clarify what the target is of this task?
Yes, thank you.
If you look at the notes in the agenda, they're actually quite detailed. For the orange basket, you know, those are proposals where where there's a further step required of some kind, a further discussion point. You know, Maria Paz, in response to your comment about preparatory phase, I think it was a question in the form whether organizers were willing to include their session in the preparatory phase. Hopefully there are MAG members that have kept that in mind, even if you haven't, Maria. But I think let's see how it goes. If all of the groups or most of the groups feel that they're not in a position to have identified such workshop proposals, that's fine. You know, we'll work with that. I don't think you should let that hold up the process in any particular way. Shanghai, do you have any wisdom on the number issue at this point? and on Maria Paz's concern that it will be very difficult to perform this task. I see Roberto has his hand up. So Roberto, please go ahead and you can also share what the workshop.
Just very quickly, Henriette, just to answer you, let's discuss it offline for 5 minutes and then we can come back on. Yeah.
Good. Roberto, in the meantime, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Hello, everyone again. Roberto Zambrana, second year member. I just want to reflect also about what just said by Maria Paz, having having in charge of the group that is evaluating the one with the largest number of proposals. I think that will be another, not problem, but something to take into consideration for the other groups, because as we know, one of the other groups have two issue groups to evaluate, and the other one, the last one, is having the rest of the emerging and cross-cutting themes, which are 5. So I think it will be another problem having a number, a general number, and in that particular last group, if we, besides that, don't have another number regarding each of the issue groups. So I'm not saying that it will be so much critical, but I'm saying that in that particular group, they should take that into account, because if we only consider the quality, of course, we're going to take into account the final score that we received. But in that case, if only we consider that score, then, and we don't look what happens between all the proposals belonging to each issue group, then that will be a problem, because perhaps some of those will be out of the suggested chosen ones from the program. So that's just a reflection for that particular group, and that's something also I will going to propose in the case of mine, which we have two issue groups to consider. Thank you very much, Maria.
Thanks for that, Roberto. Look, I'm hoping that we can actually start working now. And Maria Paz, I'm sorry if this doesn't entirely work for you. But this is not actually a completely new approach. The total number of sessions has varied. It was 99, in Geneva. I think last year we had 84 workshops. I'm just looking at statistics here. Berlin had 64, Paris had 71. So to a large extent, the MAG decides that final number, not just based on available slots, but also based on the number of workshops that they would like to see included. So, but I'm hoping this will help. And if you use Roberto's approach, we do need to start working. But Maria Paz, I hope you are clear that you will use the scores. There was no proposal whatsoever to not use the ranking and the scoring as a starting point for the discussion.
Henriette, may
Yes.
I jump in with a question about the scores, because this is, it may be helpful, it will certainly be helpful for me. So we have a set of scores, and they range from a potential of 5 down to a potential of 1, depending on the criteria that we scored, we marked against. I'm interested to know what the difference would be. What is being reflected if we see a score of 4, and if we see a score of 3.9. And this may be a question for Lewis. What is that telling us? Is it telling us that out of the 40 MAG members, 38 of them gave that overall proposal 4 and 2 gave somewhat lower? I'm trying to understand what that means, what the difference is in that percentage point, a full percentage point, not going lower than that. Do you see what I mean? Is that question sort of
I see exactly
clear?
what you mean. I'll let Lewis explain because it has to do with weighting as well. And then he can also remind you how to interpret the variance because that is important. Louise, do you want to answer that?
And also just quickly interjecting, we're in the danger again of overthinking and part of the over-engineering part. So at some point, it's also good just to dive in and see how it goes. But yes, Lewis, sorry.
No, thank you, Chantal. Thank you. No, it's very clear. The average is really the real average of the evaluation. So if one proposal has been evaluated, for example, by 10 people, if 5 of them get a final grade of 5 and 5 of them get a final grade of 4.8, so the average will be a 4.9. Okay, so it's a completely even average. And the variance is, I don't know, you know the formula, but basically it would be very low for this because it would be 5 members with 5 members with 4.8. Other thing would have been if, for example, a proposal receives a 3, and there are 5 members that give it a grade of 5, and 5 members that give it a grade of 1. So the average would be 3, but the variance would be much higher than if the 10 MAC members evaluate it with a 3, in which case the variance would be 0. And that's all. The only thing is that remember that your final score is weighted. So it was weighted with the 6 criteria. Some criteria had more weight in the final score, but then the final score is the one which is averaged completely between the evaluators. That's all. I hope that clarifies.
Thanks, Louise. And I think Shengetai is right. You know, we need to start and hopefully you'll develop more clarity in your groups. I'll just add one aspect here, which you know, we could potentially give a score for you to work with as a cutoff score for what goes into green and what goes into orange. But it varies a lot by issue areas. For example, last year in 2020, in the environment thematic track, there weren't many very high scoring proposals, or there weren't many proposals to start off with. So that the evaluation of proposals in that thematic track was approached a little bit differently from evaluation of proposals in the trust track, which had many more proposals and many more high scoring proposals. So it's up to each group working in an issue area to take into account the sum of what they have and the ranking of the scores. You cannot necessarily apply exactly the same scoring cutoff point in each issue area. But I think let's continue now. Shengetai is right, we're overthinking this. And, you know, MAG members, if you want to adapt how you do this and do it differently from what we've suggested in the guidelines, please go ahead. The guidelines are indicative. They're there for you to use, but you can also develop your own approach as long as you produce the result, which is the green, orange, and red baskets. So on that note, let's break into groups. Observers, thank you for being with us. Unfortunately, you cannot participate in this part of the meeting. There are confidentiality concerns, and the MAG will work in their MAG workshop evaluation groups. Louise, can you just explain to everyone how the groups will be formed?
Sure, very quickly, Henriette, I just repasted in the chat the links. Basically, you can check or remind in what group you are, and you can join directly. Now I'm going to open the groups, and they are named. So one is economic and social inclusion focus area alone. Other group is universal access and meaningful connectivity together with the trust and security cross-cutting issue area, and then the rest of the cross-cutting issue areas. So you check in that page and you join, and I will help joining people so you can start as soon as possible. That's all. You have that folder to get the documents. That's all from here. I will start as soon as you say, Henriette, and we'll close when you say.
And Louise, just can perhaps remind all the facilitators of groups just exactly which documents they should be using in the folders when they do the discussion.
Sure. The main one probably is the Excel document with the rank. It has 2 tabs. One tab is it has the score and variance and the rank. and it is filterable by themes. So you can just see the overall rank or just the rank within an in theme and issue area. And a second tab is just helping. It has the duration, the requested duration, the policy questions, and the submitter information. There are two other Excel files. This is just the organizers and speakers. So we just added the organizers and speakers with the rank and theme or area of those workshops, so you can see how diversity is represented in the top or in the selected proposals. That's all.
Thanks for that, Louise. So everyone, we are now running very late. I apologize for that because it clearly means that the discussion was prompted by instructions not being clear enough. So we're going to have to cut your breakout time a little bit. I suggest that you come back. I'm just looking at the agenda. Come back in an hour. So that would be, we were supposed to reconvene at 11:30 UTC after a break. We now won't have a break. So in fact, you now will have, let's make it, we'll reconvene at 11:45 UTC. And then we will go into reports from the groups. And those reports would have to be very concise, and we'll develop next steps. So please go ahead in your groups. Secretariat and myself will hop around the groups to make sure that you're all on track. And good luck for this process. Please start, Louise. And for those MAG members who might not have completed the evaluation, please don't let that stop you from joining your group. Your input will still be valuable.
Hello to Luis. Sorry to jump in. I wanted to ask you if you could share to one of us, I'm not sure if I can do it, to have the role of co-host so I can share the screen in the group.
Good. I think we are back. So thanks for doing that. I'm sorry that you ended up with less time than anticipated. You can, and I think some of you might want to have a meeting that you convene on your own in your evaluation groups. We do need the results of this step in the process by this week, Friday. So, but on that, apologies if you were interrupted before you completed the process, but we started late, so unfortunately we had to do that. We also have, I want to remind everyone that we have a hard stop for the end of the meeting. Our captioners cannot stay later than 1400 UTC, so we do need to stick to time for the rest of the day. So I see Carlos Afonso says, can you hear me, Amrita? Is that better? Amrita was saying she can't hear me clearly. That's better. I will try to speak a bit closer to the mic. And Carlos Afonso is pointing out not enough time. We accept that. We really understand that you might not have had enough time, and you can make up the time with your meetings. In fact, it's important for the workshop evaluation groups to meet. But let's get a progress report. So can we start with the first group? I think that is the group Maria Paz. If your group can just report progress, remind us which issue areas you were covering, and just give us an initial indication of what you found and how far you managed to get and what you still need to do.
Yes, I can do it. It's possible that I share my screen to show in the Excel? No.
Yes, Maria Paz, this is Luis. I will give you permission immediately.
Thank you, Luis.
Now you can.
Yes, here we go. So from our group, the approach that we took, it was filtering the whole stack of proposal that it was provided in order to identify what were the highest scored proposal for our issue. Our issue is the economic and social inclusion and human rights. It's an issue that received the largest number of proposals, 68. And we considered, because there was not a clear definition about the number of proposals for each basket, considering the previous experience of other years of IGF, we decided to make a transitory allocation that will be reviewed when we have a more specific number. Highlighted in green the first 20 proposals that were highest scored. We reviewed that 20 highest scored proposal, and we consider that in general they represent a good mix of topics that are part of the issue that we are curating. And then we move to identify the next 21 in the orange basket. And in this orange basket, we looked for particular proposals that could be complementary in terms of topic, because there are topics that are not covered by the first 21 high scored that were already in the green basket. And two particular proposals stand out from that perspective. Those are the two ones that are in the darker orange in the file. That are two topics, one related to digital labor and the other related to business and human rights, that were not captured in the topics that were high scored in the first 21. So those two we consider are good candidates to be considered in the green basket finally. So we will be proposing to move these two to the green basket. We keep the other ones in the orange basket, waiting for the final number allocations in order to see what others from those can pass to the green basket. And transitorily, again, because of the uncertainty about the number of proposal, we have put the rest of the proposal in the red basket. because in general we defer to the evaluation that we did with the scoring of the proposal, and in general we see that there is a lot of agreement in general in the criteria of the group members that were participating today in the call. But I will highlight that from our group there was more than a half of the members missing, so I think that this will require also a further review offline interchange in the email list. The last thing that I want to point it out, that you can see here in the screen, that there are some proposals that are marked in purple. Those are proposals in one case that could be identified as proposals that are better suited for be part of a different issue, not our issue about social and economic inclusion and human rights. We identify some of them at the beginning of the process, but according to the instruction from the Secretariat and our chair, we proceed to score them. And now we can propose, if finally there is agreement in our group, we can propose them to remove to the other issues. In general, as you see, they are well scored proposals. They are high scored, good quality proposals, but maybe better suited for other issues. And the final one, which is the one in the line 133, is a possible merger with other two proposals that we consider. The proposal itself is good quality, but it has the particularity that is very similar to the other two that are identified here that represent regional discussion. So we think that this session could be strengthened as a global discussion with some participants of the original other two proposals, the 203 and the 208. So I will stop there. I will receive any question, and also I invite my colleagues to complement if I am missing something. Thank you.
Thanks, Maria Paz. Does anybody want to add from that group? And Maria Paz, the two workshops that you've identified for different issues, which issue areas would you recommend them for? So that's 243. Oh, I can't see the numbers disappearing. Yes, 243 and okay, it's disappeared.
Sorry,
but
yes, because I have to find my notes for telling you, but I can tell
that's
you.
Fine. That's fine.
I can tell you because I have it in a different file. Yes, in the case of the 243, it will be for emerging regulation issue, and the same for 261. And in the case of 122, it will be for trust, security, and stability cross-cutting issue.
Well, I suggest that you just forward them, that you just do an email and send the email to the facilitator or to the MAG list for those groups to consider, including those proposals. There's no need for them to reevaluate them, but they can look at them and consider them. And on the proposal for merger, I get the sense there's consensus in the group that those two proposals would work well together as a regional session. So if there's consensus, I think you can just pass that on to the Secretariat. I think what the Secretariat needs would be very clear guidelines on how to frame the request to the organizers to consider a merger. So that I can ask you to just follow up with the Secretariat after that. And congratulations, you actually did really well. You got a lot done. Any questions for this group or any comments? Just checking chat and checking hands. Nothing. Good. The next group. Can we listen to the next group? I think that was the group, Afi, that was the group I think you were in. I'm not sure who else was in that group. But can we move? Actually, let's do the group that had universal access as one of the issue areas next.
Madam Chair, I can share my screen, please.
Luis will give you access.
Okay, sure. Now I am sharing with you the document that we evaluate. We work it, as you know, with two groups of themes. One emerging and cross-cutting, which is trust, security, and stability, and one main focus about universal access. And what we did was to have the evaluation together with the overall composition, and we started marking the ones that we agreed that were have low quality to deserve to be in the program, marked them as red for the red basket. And in the case, we started at the bottom, of course, and in the case we had some doubts of a disagreement, then we marked them as orange. After that, we started marking the ones with green that we all together thought that they were good proposals. And in the ones that we also have some kind of doubts or disagreement, we marked them as orange. And at the point on which we believed that all of the remaining ones deserve to be orange. After that, we just selected the ones regarding one issue group, the one with trust, security, and stability only. And we started to review how many of the proposals were in the green basket, the others on the red basket, and the others on the orange basket. The same with the main focus on universal, which, as you can see, have fewer proposals to evaluate. And we started to review the ones that had higher score, but were in the orange basket to confirm if those deserve to be in the green basket. So that's what we did with one or two that we have in that situation, having a final number of 8 of these proposals in the green and 10 in the orange basket, and finally to confirm the ones that belong to the red. We didn't finish the work. We need to still reviewing. In some of those need to be marked as red, definitely, and also if some of others could actually belong to the green basket, as well as on the other group. And we also didn't have the time to discuss about mergers. There are some suggestions, but we didn't finish with that task. So it's pretty much the summary. I don't know if anyone would like to add something else, Carlos, perhaps, that was facilitating the group.
No, it's okay. It's perfect. That's what we managed to achieve.
Thanks for that, Roberto, and everyone else in the group. So I think you've achieved quite a lot. You clearly will need to continue, but I'm hoping that you can do that without too much difficulty by Friday. So congratulations with the first two groups. The next group, can we have your report? I think that's the group with Adam and Teresa, and I'm not sure who else was in that group. Please go ahead.
I can take it, and if I could kindly ask for screen sharing as well. Maybe I have it already. No, I don't, I think.
Yes, please go ahead, Teresa.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be brief because I'm coming from the presumption that you don't know these proposals, so there is no point in kind of going into any individual ones, but we were covering emerging and cross-cutting issues except for trust. And we started our modus operandi in a group which basically only comprised 4 MEC members, Juliana, Roman, Adam, and myself. We took the advice of actually starting with the red ones, yes. So we took the least scored ones, and then we took some time on actually reviewing if there is any proposal that we would like to fight for, and bring it from the red basket to the orange basket. And there actually were some cases and some proposals that made it, as you can see. that we would like to further consider with some comments that we also noted down, like in what direction the possible improvement should be going. We of course also looked at the top highest ranking proposals and put them in the green basket. Here obviously we had some discussion about the indicative number again, but at the beginning we had only 5, so we decided we need to make it a bit wider. Now, we have not managed to discuss mergers yet. We have not managed to discuss proposals fit for the preparatory phase, but we started kind of selecting some proposals in the orange basket and among ourselves kind of clarifying in which direction possible improvements should be going. I'll stop here. I'll ask my fellow MAC members from this issue stream if they have anything to add, and of course other MAC members and participants for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. Anyone else to add?
Hi, it's Adam. There are 2 things there I wanted to highlight. There was a there is a proposal that had a high degree of variance, and it found itself in the red basket based on our simple evaluation. And what we looked at when we found the variance was to look at well, what we actually found was that my 3 colleagues on the call all scored it significantly higher than I did. I had it in the 2 area and they had it in the high 3s or 4s. And this is the kind of thing I was trying to say before we broke to these sessions, is that where there is a variance and someone has scored it 2, for example, and others have scored it 4, it's good to examine why that is the case. So we've highlighted that particular session, and it's up to me, I think, to justify my lower score and for others to persuade me why they scored it higher. And hopefully we may, as a result, positively thinking, we may move that further up. And that's the sort of exercise we were thinking of. So we've moved something from what would have been on its score, a red, into orange for that reason. The other was highlighted is one on gaming. We wanted to highlight this because it is an interesting topic. The speakers are expert, but it lacked diversity. It's lacked certain elements that could be improved. And one of them was gender diversity, very clearly. And it's also a proposal from Polish participants, experts from the host country. And we didn't see very many from the host country. I'm not sure that this is something we want to over focus on, but it was another example of why something was taken from on its face, score red, into highlighting it as one that definitely needs consideration as orange. So just to mention that, thank you.
Thanks, Adam. That's very helpful. And that's precisely why when Luis shares the results and the ranking with you, it is why he includes the variance, so that you can focus on those proposals with a variance. Did the other groups also manage to discuss proposals with a variance? I hope you did. If you haven't, then add that to what you still need to do this week to complete the task. I think, Adam, the consideration, or let me ask you a question back. If this proposal is now in orange, do you want to go back to the organizers and ask them to make their panel more diverse, or are you happy with it as it is?
That would be my thought, but we'd want to consider this over the next week, yes. If it were me, that's exactly what I would do, but we're a group, defer to the group.
Well, I think that you don't need to answer that now. That's what we would like you to do in the coming days. I noticed that none of the groups looked or identified proposals for the preparatory phase. I think that is fine if you haven't done that. I think it would be good to reflect on that. So if there's anyone in your groups that have noticed a proposal that you think would fit into the preparatory phase, check whether the organizers have agreed to that, and then we can highlight those. But I wouldn't consider it a priority. I think really the priority for us is to get the green baskets. I have a question which I'm opening to everyone, and that is, we haven't today treated the emerging issue areas or the cross-cutting area, emerging and cross-cutting areas differently from the main focus areas. What are people's feeling about this? When we get to the point when we structure the program, do you feel that we need to allocate more time and more sessions to the main focus areas? Or do you think that we should not? Or is there perhaps, or are there some of the cross-cutting issue area proposals that might be clustered well together with the main focus areas? I just want to test whether anyone has had any insights or thoughts on that as you did the evaluation. So I'm opening the floor to that and any other comments.
So, Henriette, it's Vince Cerf.
Hi, Vince. Lovely to have you here. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Responding to your question about the time spent on main focus plus emerging issues. I think that it's a tricky balance, because the main focus items we want to be able to report on at the end of the IGF, so that we can have some substance coming out of the meeting. But at the same time, it's really important to have enough time on the emerging issues so that we can set the stage for work in the following year. So I struggle a little bit with that balance too. But given the importance of showing some sort of results, I think I would probably tend to favor the main topics in the hope of getting substantive reporting out of the meeting.
Thanks, Vince. That's actually good guidance. Maria Paz, I see you've asked for the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble for finding the on mute. Just only to remind that when we have the first discussion about the issue areas, I recall, and it was what we were sharing with my group in the discussion, that we initially assigned a weight of 60% to the main issues and 40% to the cross-cutting and emerging issues. But we never go further in giving details about how that will, for example, be shared inside the different issues. For example, if the main issue areas are 30% each one, and the other ones, it will divide the remaining 40 with 10 each one. We left that issue for further consideration, and I think that we have arrived to that moment. I don't know if it's even the decision of having the weight of the 60 versus 40%. It's something that we can still review right now, but I just want to recall that that was the original conversation that we had when we were defining the issues. Thank you.
So Maria Paz, just to clarify that, because you were also fading for me a little bit, because so we did consider initially connecting some of the sessions in the cross-cutting areas to one of the main focus areas. So is that's what you were reminding us of? Am I right? Because if that is it, I think that's something that could be done still.
Sorry, I think that no, I was not talking about that. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was reminding that at the beginning, when we defined the different issue areas for this year, we initially allocated a weight of 60% for the main issues and a 40% for the cross-cutting and emerging. What we didn't define in that moment, it was what will be the insight allocation in those groups. For example, if the main issue will be 30% and 30%, and in the case of the cross-cutting and emerging, it will be 10% each one for completing the other 40%. We didn't talk about that because another criteria that also can be considered, and I think that the working group on process, they advanced that analysis in their document that they kindly shared with us in advance to this meeting, that, for example, we could have into consideration the percentages of proposals that were submitted for each one of the issues. And for example, if you look at that numbers, the result is very different because, for example, inside the main issues, the 75% of the proposals were for economic and social inclusion and human rights versus the 25% for universal access. So that will be reflected in the program, or we will keep it a more balanced allocation. And I don't remember the names for the numbers for the cross-cutting and emerging issues, but the same applies for them. Thank you.
Yes, and I think the implication of doing that is that it could affect what Vint was referring to, the desire to have more comprehensive outcomes in those main focus areas. But we'll find a solution. We'll get back to that. Let's hear from Adam and then from Roberto.
Yeah, I wonder, I mentioned in the chat, if we could take a look, if the Secretariat could display, it was slide number 14 from the statistics deck that was presented. First of all, this is a slide about thematic comparisons by average total score. And I was just wondering if we can look at that. I think the Secretariat, one of you should have that slide deck because you presented it first up this morning. What it shows is, so it's a thematic comparison by average total score. It's showing the top 40 by score, and it's showing the top 60 by score, with a diagram that illustrates the percentage by the thematic areas. Is this acceptable given what we've designed for the thematic areas, the percentages that we anticipated by theme? Because if it is, then our scoring gives us our direction. If it's not, then we start to have to fiddle around a little bit with, pulling potentially orange bar. I'm sorry, you don't have the slide that I'm talking about on the screen. I wonder if, Anya, it may be clearer if you can see that. I think, yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Is this reflective of what we anticipated when we started to think about the balance between, different thematic areas? Or would this be a sort of an abhorrence? Would it be totally wrong and against what we were setting for ourselves as a target, remembering that the themes came from our first consultation with the community in January. So this is something that we're responding to the community's input from, but at the same time, we ought to caution against setting ourselves hard rules, which we follow, as opposed to guidance that we follow. I hope this comment is helpful. So basically I'm saying, if we accepted the top 60, are we offending the principle around themes and the percentage we assign to themes? I hope that's clear. Thank you.
I think that is clear, and I think it's a good question to answer, because I think it takes you back to what your original goals were and what the goals for IGF 2021, and in fact partly also the goals for IGF 2020 and 2019, which is to be more focused in discussion. So I think there is for example, in 2020. If we used a proportionate approach, we would have had very few sessions on environment. If we just used, scoring, and yet environment was identified as an important area for the IGF in 2020, and so therefore it was included. So it's I think yes, obviously one can adjust and need to look at this, but I think the MAG needs to keep the big picture and the overall goals, the thematic or issue goals of the IGF in mind. So, but Roberto, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Henriette. Yes, I was just want to complement that analysis about what we did when we made the call for proposals, because it wasn't just an agreement inside the MAG, but also it was actually trying to influence to the proposals actually to be at least to know what was the emphasis for this IGF 2021, and that's why it is included in the call for proposals, this distribution. I mean, having 60% assigned for the main focus areas and having the remaining 40% for the emerging as cross-cutting themes. And the response from the community, when we see the numbers of the different proposals that we have, about these 203 proposals that we received, actually the response was 45% for the main focus areas and 55% for the emerging and cross-cutting themes. The other thing we defined was to give flexibility inside each of these two groups. That's something that we also needed to take into account when we are going to define the final program. That is why it was important for some, or maybe many of us, to have an idea at least about the slots that we finally will have in order to allocate the final recommended proposals. And in the remaining days, I think at least for these last days, it could be good to have an idea of those numbers and maybe to have inside an exercise about this distribution, again, particularly in the group that are evaluating 3 of these emerging and cross-cutting themes, because I will say that in that shape it is easier for the group of economic and social inclusion, because there is only one particular subject that they have to analyze, but it will be harder in the case, it's hard for us in the case of universal access, and also evaluating the second one that have a lot of proposals, which is the trust, security, and stability. And of course, as I said before, it will be hard for the other group, but I think it will be good to consider at least some numbers about this particular distribution. Thank you, Maria.
Thanks, Roberto. By the way, we went and checked the process last year, and in this phase, MAG members did not have target numbers. They were asked to just evaluate by quality, and we only did number balancing after that. So this process this year is actually not yet different from last year. But I want to flag an issue that Lucien raised in the chat. And I know at one point this was going to be included in the proposal form, but are there perhaps some of the proposals in the cross-cutting areas that are also connected to one of the main focus areas? Is that perhaps something else that can still be considered or looked at? It certainly looked like that to me from looking at the titles, that there were, particularly in emerging regulation, there were some that could be linked to one of the issue areas. And Lucien, I don't know if you want to speak to this, or if anyone else wants to reflect on this. And what I'm saying here, to be clear, is that we do not necessarily need to treat all the cross-cutting areas or proposals in those cross-cutting areas as completely standalone. If they do meaningfully relate to one of the main focus areas, we should consider that. Courtney, I see you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Courtney Raj, MAG member. Yeah, I feel like some of the cross-cutting and emerging issues definitely touched on the main issue areas. So for me, a lot of the ones that I evaluated were not like super, only in one category. So I feel like we have a little bit more flexibility there. It seems to me that we should try to respect a little bit, kind of an essentially even or slightly more on main themes division, but not worry, and then have the final outcome result reflect what the community submitted as proposals. I think it would be kind of false to what the community is telling us that they want to discuss if we had, say, an equal division between the three cross-cutting issues when we didn't see that necessarily reflected in the number of proposals submitted. And what I found is most of the sessions that I evaluated, had to do with some level of policy that would be relevant to a couple of different areas. So I think we could aim to do that, but I also think we need to give ourselves, some flexibility because we also want a high quality program and a diverse program. So, we don't want, 100 cybersecurity sessions just because we had a bunch of really high quality cybersecurity proposals or, whatever the issue is. So it seems to me first we try to get at that kind of general proportional representation, and then we look at what that means for the full program, because we definitely want the environment to be in there, but that's also a very, very kind of specific dynamic versus kind of broader issues, and certainly reflective of what the community submitted. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. And I think another consideration is if you look at regional diversity. So, we might have had fewer proposals in universal access and meaningful connectivity, but most of those would probably have come from developing countries, whereas most of the trust and security and stability proposals might have come from developed countries. So I think that the diversity of the community and the different concerns also need to be considered. And I think having that flexibility for the MAG to build a meaningful program is very important. So I think that's an important consideration. I think also keeping the consideration on the table that you want to be more outcome oriented. That has to be maintained as well. Any other comments or questions before I think what we need to do now, I see no other hands, is just to refine what the next steps are. So I will start, but I'm going to ask Roberto to add, and the Secretariat, and then anyone else who wants to contribute to this. So firstly, the groups need to reconvene. I think, as Maria Paz said earlier, there were absent MAG members. So I urge all the group facilitators to reach out on the lists and convene and encourage those MAG members who were not with us today to join. And for you then in those discussions to complete the process that you started of producing the green, orange, and red baskets, discussing possible mergers, possible preparatory phase events, and any other request for feedback or for updates from organizers. I think the other consideration that we'd like you to take up in your groups is this idea of issue areas, how they relate to one another, any thoughts you have on program structure, on sub-themes, the discussion that we put in the task, but there wasn't time to deal with that today. For the Secretariat, we need to start looking at giving you some target numbers to look at. That will depend in large part on the number of parallel tracks. The MAG had decided earlier this year to have no more than 5 parallel tracks. That will have an impact on the number of sessions that can be accommodated. So what the Secretariat will do in the next few days is to give the MAG some options to look at of number of sessions and number of parallel tracks. We'll start with 5 parallel tracks, which is the goal the MAG aimed for. That might not enable us to have enough space for the workshops we want to accommodate, but we'll find a way of getting to a number that everyone's happy with. What else do we need to do at this point? Shangatai, Anya, and Luis, any other tasks for the groups that I've overlooked?
I myself can't think of anything at the moment, but maybe the others can. Anya?
No, nothing
Luis?
from me as well. Thank you, Henriette.
And Roberto, you've already developed quite a detailed list of tasks which we've shared. Can you complement or update that list that I just ran through?
Thank you, Henriette. No, I think it's clear. I mean, we could use that document as reference. I included, even though I didn't include, as it was suggested, and I agreed at that time, we didn't include the final numbers, of course, not even as a reference, but I did include some consideration about percentages, about this allocation. That, of course, is only reference, but it's good in order for the groups to have an idea on how to distribute the decision about the recommended proposals to be approved. And the other thing I would like to add is, yes, I would like to strengthen this recommendation of having the meeting during the following days. I will, at least in my case, I will ask our group, who is facilitating by Carlos, which is facilitated by Carlos, I will also ask the groups to convene during the following days in order to have the final decisions that we need to do. Thank you, Andrea.
Thanks for that, Roberto. And I would ask all the groups to complete this process by Friday, which will then give the MAG, the Secretariat and the MAG, the opportunity to consolidate the decision so that we can present it and package it for you for the meeting on 30 June, because on 30 June, we have to finalize the decisions. So is that clear? Are there any questions on these, on the next steps in terms of finalizing the selection of workshops?
Yes.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you. So with respect to workshops that we want to make recommendations for changes to, could you please clarify the precise steps and timing of that? Are we doing that as the MAG working group on that topic? Is that done by the Secretariat? Does that happen this week? Does that happen next week? Could you just give a little bit more clarity? And then also, you know, what happens when they send it back? How does that evaluation process? Could you just, for those of us who are new, explain a little bit more of the details? Thank you.
That's a good question to ask, Courtney. Can I ask the Secretariat to respond to that? Because the Secretariat is the point of contact with the organizers, with the proposers, because remember the MAG is scoring these proposals blind. You do not know who the proposers are. And so we maintain that protocol of communications with organizers managed by the Secretariat. So Anya, Shangatai, can you outline?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the real beginning, but I would propose that the question is that when you've requested changes and you have these conditional accepts, who would make the final evaluation? Is that correct?
I'm really asking for more detail about the precise process of what does the MAG working group convey to whom, who conveys that to the workshop proposals, what happens after that. So really the whole process starting from today.
Yes, I mean, once you've made your selection and also the conditional, yes, the Secretariat will be the one that will contact the proposers and give them the results and the comments, and especially also the comments if they need to improve anything or if they need to merge what we would prefer is that since it is the MAG that has made those recommendations, is that if they could review after we've received, we set a deadline, and after we've received the amendments to those that needed to be amended or improved in any way or merged, that those we send it back to the groups, and then the groups can say, yes, it satisfies our, so we will just be acting as a go-between. But if the MAG thinks that they would want to leave it to us, then yes, we've done it both ways. It just really depends on how much the MAG wants to be involved in the process.
Thanks, Shangatai. So Courtney, the immediate next step would be for the evaluation working groups to identify and document the feedback or requests for updates or proposals for mergers. You share that with the Secretariat. The Secretariat will then communicate that to the organizers and set a deadline for a response. And then it would go back to the evaluation groups. Ideally, that's how it was done last year as well. But as Shangatai said, it can be done differently, but I propose that's how we proceed. So this is also then for the completion of this phase of the MAG's work by Friday, to also document those cases where you would ask the Secretariat to follow up with the proposers. Does that answer you, Courtney?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Anything else? I think I see no further hands. And we are also back on time almost. So I will close this session now. And thanks everyone for the work. It was quite rushed this year. Normally the MAG would have done more of this work in their groups prior to the open consultation. And that's also why we staged or organized the meetings this June to have time between the first day of the MAG meeting and the second day. So we're actually on track. We anticipated that you would need time between today and the second day of this MAG meeting, which is why it's been scheduled for 30 June. So thanks everyone. Thanks for bearing with the process. And I know it's challenging, but I think we are mostly on track. We are now moving on to something different. We've done with workshop evaluation for today. And for the final hour of the meeting, we'll hear from the MAG working groups. And MAG working groups have been active and they have some recommendations, specifically on IGF 2021, some that are broader. And I'm very happy to thank them for their work and invite them to share any recommendations that they have with the group, starting with the MAG working group on hybrid meetings.
Okay. So yeah, thank you very much, Henriette. I will try to be brief. So as our exchanges last week kind of already touched upon, the session proposals that we've been reviewing have not been as creative on the hybrid aspects as we maybe would have expected or would have liked. However, we all need to realize that the circumstances are unique and that there are very unknowns in the planning, both for us as MAG, the IGF Secretariat, but of course also for those submitting the workshop proposals. Therefore, any proposals that, in our view, put some thinking into how to move on from the previous way of having just remote participation to really more meaningful involvement and equal involvement of both on-site and online participants should be kind of appreciated and would, in our view, tick the box to some extent. The same goes obviously for all the proposals that certainly put some thinking into enhancing the interactivity. That is to say, going beyond listening to panel speeches and then leaving the last 15 minutes for discussion. So, anything that has moved in this direction is definitely is definitely great. Now, what I wanted to point out, and I'm talking for both Adam Peak, my co-chair of the working group, and myself, is that this is a process. This is something that we are just starting, and that is going to last a few years as the community adjusts. The session organizers needs to adjust, the MAC needs to adjust, the IGF Secretariat needs to adjust, the UN needs to adjust, the community in general, as well as the host country need to adjust. So hybrid meetings, we feel, are definitely here to stay. That is clear. And this is also an opportunity for the IGF, an opportunity to showcase that, and even dealing with digital policy issues, can also embrace tools for engagement, online tools for engagement. It is also kind of an opportunity to maybe make the IGF more attractive for communities that we have long been struggling with bringing to the IGF to justify their participation, such as governments or the private sector, because for them being kind of able to meaningfully participate in the meeting, really actively, not just observe in an online manner, could be a good incentive. So I will maybe conclude by saying that please do not seek clarity for every single aspect on how the hybrid IGF will work. Yes, there was confusion in the evaluation. There will be confusion now. And the reason is that there is no clarity. We do not have and will not have some crucial information for quite some time, such as what will be the number of participants and their online and in situ balance, what will be the exact arrangements on site for sessions that only have online speakers, how are the session organizers actually ready to experiment. We are also limited by the tools that we can use in the sessions. Kind of, we are, for instance, bound by Zoom, so there are limits to how experimental the session organizers can get. I would also like to encourage you that if you feel very strongly about these issues, please do join our working group on hybrid meetings, because that is where we're trying to shape these debates. So if this is your topic, we have a mailing list that is open for everybody to sign up for, and we would be very glad to have you with us. Last point that we feel we really need to focus on in the coming weeks. First, really make the process of registration to the event and navigation throughout the event as smooth and as easy and intuitive as only possible. This is absolutely essential. Second, our working group, and I'm happy to announce it, will provide a 24/7 kind of social networking platform where both participants that are normally participating on site, but also those online, can kind of jump in anytime and connect and network with others. We will be using the Wonder platform for this. Some of you have experienced it already in the last open consultations. And last point, please make sure that we go away from the webinar format. It is really important that participants know who is in the session and that some kind of a transparent and open interaction can be going on while the sessions are in progress. That will be it from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for that, Teresa. So some very specific proposals there for the Secretariat to consider or to implement with regard to registration and with regard to meeting format. I think your point about the process and about co-creating it, I think it's very valuable that you made that. I made it yesterday, actually based on your report. And just a reminder, Teresa invited people to join this working group. So this working group on hybrid meetings is open to non-MAG members. So for all the observers that are here and MAG members, invite your colleagues and your participants to join this working group. As Teresa pointed out, this process of learning more about how to be effective in hybrid meetings is not just for 2021. This is a longer term effort, which we all need to invest in. Any questions for this group or any additional comments from Adam, the co-chair, or other members of this group? No comments, no questions. And next, can we hear from the working group on outreach and communications? And I'm very happy that this group also had a very good session together with the Secretariat. So if you can update us and suggest or table specific recommendations for consideration.
Yeah. Yes, Harriet, thank you very much for the invitation. We, as you already mentioned, we have already met with the Secretariat in order to look for how can we better support the communication activities from the Secretariat. And I think we have come to a very reasonable strategy in order to take advantage of the social media resources that are already available now, in the strategy that is already in place from the UN supporting the IGF. We have prepared a sound document which should be further discussed in order for us to find out which could be the most important influencers who can help us to spread the word, coming up from responsibles at the NRIs or at the different DC and BPF's groups, as well as from the different UN agencies and institutions who already support the IGF organization. I don't know if from your side, Courtney, do you have any other specific comment on the strategies that we can use in terms of communication?
Sure, thank you so much. This is Courtney, MAG member. So I think in addition to what you helpfully laid out, some of the kind of overarching goals that we have for the coming weeks are to meet with the Secretariat to really drill down into the communication strategy and figure out how we can really focus on understanding key objectives with respect to the journalistic community as an amplifier, as well as key stakeholders that can help amplify the message in various forms of kind of media, listservs, social media, et cetera, and drilling down into greater detail. We haven't discussed this internally, but I think Mano kind of alluded to it, which is that at some point it will be great for all of the MAG to think about how and whether they can contribute contacts to build the capacity of the Secretariat to create a database of journalists and key stakeholders who aren't already inside their sphere of influence. And I think that in the coming weeks, we'll have a social media strategy that also includes guidance for MAG members and trying to make it as easy as possible for you all to help amplify and connect through various media and whatever makes the most sense for you and your work. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney and Tamado. And I think actually the social media strategy is also a component that will support the hybrid meeting, because participation via social media becomes an element of being part of a hybrid process. So I think that it would be good if you can also present that or discuss that in the context of the hybrid meeting approach. Any additions from anyone else or any questions for this group? And Secretariat, did you want to add here, seeing as you are part of this process, which I think is very important because the communication strategy is implemented primarily by the Secretariat. So the idea here is that the MAG supports the Secretariat and that they work in a complementary way. So Anya, I'm not sure if you or Shangatai wanted to add anything at this point.
I can say is that, yes, I know we do agree and we look forward to the meeting that we're going to have with the group. We are getting Eleonora back, and part of her duties will be to liaise and help with the communication, and she has experience in that. She actually used to work for the communications department in New York as well. And we are still very hopeful to get Giacomo on board. So yes, we look forward to working together. Yeah, that's all I can say about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Shengatai, and holding thumbs for Giacomo joining us. And this will become a priority as soon as we have the workshop evaluation process completed. I think then the outreach and communications will really come into scope. Next, can we hear from the MAG working group on IGF strategy and strengthening?
Okay, thanks a lot, Henriette, for giving me the floor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Titi.
Okay, so thanks again to the MAG for giving this opportunity to share a few recommendations from the MAG working group on IGF strengthening and strategy. I put the link on the chat to the notes that have been drafted by the working group, including some recommendation to the MAG. So the working group has already sent some recommendation last January on how to have a more impactful, strategical, inclusive IGF, and it's very pleased that the MAG has already adopted some of them for this year, opting for an issue-driven approach in designing the IGF 2020 program. And on this aspect, the working group strategy is also suggesting that issue teams are extended open also to the non-MAG members, experts, and also representatives of decision-making body and the institution that are focused on that specific issues. Among the recommendations coming from the working group strategies, one is related to the multi-year plan, because the working group considers it very important to work to the development of this multi-year plan to anticipate the key policy area that IGF should address in the remaining years until the 2025. So the working group thinks that this work is very important also to give more continuity and engagement between discussion that have been held in the previous year and this year, and also to increase the linkage between institution, between the IGF and the institution and decision making body. On this aspect, the working group also wants to share the main results that came from the questionnaire that have been submitted with the MAG. It was related to the multi-year plan, where it was highlighted the importance to include as activities in this plan the implementation of UNS Secretary General roadmap, and also in relation the IGF role with both with the roadmap and also in relation to the digital cooperation broadly, and the importance also to include in this plan the IGF communication and outreach, also in partnership with the MAG working group on communication, and the importance also to strengthen interaction between the IGF and also international decision making bodies and the processes, and also the importance to include discussion on the evolution of the MAG's role and responsibility together with the revision of the MAG terms of reference to integrate the evolution of the IGF, and also the importance for the IGF to continue the activity on IGF institutional capacity and development. And on this aspect, the working group of strategy is suggesting to integrate further this list that came out from this questionnaire, comparing the views with the RISE, the BPF, the policy network, and also dynamic coalition, and activating an open discussion with the IGF community. In relation to the capacity building development, the working group strategies also wants to recall what has been already included on the IGF retreat in July 2016. And is highlighting the role that the IGF should increase improving capacity building activities, not only as knowledge transfer, but also disseminating best practice to students, government activists, and so on. And also the importance to activate and promote partnership with other institutions that are specialized in this capacity development. Further, the working group is think this is important to increase the link between the MAG and the ITU UNDP network that has been established by the UN Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. For what concerns the MAG's role and responsibility and also the revision of MAG terms of reference, the working group of strategy is suggesting to organizing an open discussion and also to collect input from MAG members and also from the past MAG members. And the working group also thinks it's important to consider also the works that have been done from the previous MAG working group on IGF improvements, because there are several proposals on the multi-year plan that have not been yet addressed and that are related to the multi-year plan. So about always the recommendation, the working group wants to just remember the work that has been done on the priority areas, recalling one of the priority areas included in the document that's been produced by the working group, action areas. The title was action area selected as a priority by the working group for further action, recalling that priority one was focused on strengthening interaction between the IGF and decision-making body. And on this point, the working group thinks that it's important to share the initiatives that are taking place and how currently the Secretariat Endesa and also the MAG is managing this interaction. As example, the strategy working group is suggesting the IGF Secretariat to share the list of decision-making body that maybe could be reached for a better engagement in IGF 2021 annual event, but also during the preparatory phase. One more recommendation is related to the parliamentary track, where the working group on strategies is suggesting to have more involvement of the MAG in the planning and the development of the parliamentary track through the activation of the several suggestions on this aspect. I just mentioned some of them. So the working group is suggesting to activate a MAG working group on parliamentary track, working with UDESA, the IGF Secretariat and the local host on the parliamentary engagement at the IGF 2021 annual event. Also to invite some representative from IPU to join this working group, and also to commit parliamentarians on specific issues, asking to share the main initiative and the best practice under at the national by national and regional government. The last recommendation was related to establish a permanent team within the MAG groups in order to involve more members of parliament in the IGF activity, and as a larger number of MAG parliamentarians should be institutional convened with a formal mandate from their own parliament. As last information that I want to give you is related to an useful exercise that the working group has also activated in the last days, as it has been decided to start a mapping exercise to map all the 8 areas of UN Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation and the IGF activities. This is to create more synergy and integration among the IGF and the UN Secretary General activity related to the roadmap implementation. And the results of this activity will be shared to the MAG. So now I want to thank all the participants to contribute to this note that has been drafted by the working group. And I invite the other co-chair, Rita Chowdhury, Olivia Wolf, and Roman Chukov to add anything that I may have missed. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Titi. Roman, Amrita, and Livia, do you have anything to add?
Henriette, Amrita here, nothing else to add. I think Titi said it all.
Thanks, Amrita. And Roman, from you? Nothing further. And I see Livia isn't with us. Thanks very much for a very comprehensive list of recommendations, which I see, if I look at them, some to be led by the working group, some by the Secretariat, and all of it with the collaboration of the MAG. Are there any questions for this group? Any comments on these recommendations? And I welcome the Secretariat as well, if they have any questions. I don't see any hands. I suggest that you continue with these recommendations. And I think, as with the working group on outreach and communications, there are areas of these recommendations which need to be implemented together with the Secretariat. But I think that's covered in your report, Titi, because you actually propose engagement with the Secretariat and your Endesa around many of these activities, which are, for example, the multi-year planning, which is led by them. And the way I understand the proposal on the parliamentary track is really that you're not asking for the process to be completely changed, in that it is led by the Secretariat and the host country. You're asking for more MAG involvement in that, and on a more continuous basis. So, and I think that's a good suggestion. It's been a frequent request from MAG members. If there are no further comments here or further questions or concerns about these recommendations, I think we can take them as having the general support of the MAG, if there are no comments or questions. On that, we are finished with this segment of the agenda. I see no hands. I'm just taking a last check. And thank you to the working group for your work. And thank you to the many past MAG members and people from outside the MAG who have been supporting the work, particularly of the working group on IGF strategy. It's really an invaluable work. And I think this working group is making such a significant contribution to maintaining an open conversation about the IGF and the UN Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation, which is a separate but very connected process. And I really want to thank this working group for facilitating the sharing of ideas and information to keep these processes linked, which is exactly how they should be. We can now move to the close of the meeting. And we are on time. In fact, we are doing very well for time, relatively well for time. I wanted to just open the floor to all the MAG members. I sense that there's a lot of uncertainty still about how this IGF will pan out. I think what we can be really confident of is that the host country is preparing very thoroughly and very enthusiastically. And I think As Teresa said earlier, there are still a lot of unknowns about having the hybrid format. We don't know yet how many people will be there face to face and how many people will be virtual. And I think we just have to give ourselves the space to work within this relative uncertainty. I think we worked with uncertainty last year in a different way, and yet we managed to organize together with the community a really successful IGF. And I'm confident that we'll do that again. It's challenging in a different way. But I invite MAG members in this last bit of the meeting just to share any concerns you have, or any hopes that you have, or any suggestions, just so that we can get a little bit of a reflection on how you feel about progress, and what you're most uncertain about, and what you feel we should emphasize and prioritize in planning. So I want to open the floor first to MAG members and then to observers. I see no MAG members yet asking for the floor. Courtney, I see you have your hand up. So Courtney, and then we'll have Palguni Sundaram.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is my first year as a MAG member, so definitely enormous learning curve. I guess like the main piece of feedback I have is that it seems to me, that these 3 days of meetings, finding more time to let us discuss in groups and use this time for doing the work is, I guess I was under the impression that that was what these meetings are for. I think it's going to be very challenging to find another time in 2 days when people from across, I don't know how many time zones, I guess 24 time zones can meet. And so I want to think about, I would encourage us to think about how we can use the time that we bring everyone together for doing more of the work, and maybe making it clearer, like if there are kind of informational updates. And obviously I know this is a UN process, so there's a lot of formality, but I'm just a little bit concerned that, out of kind of 2 days of meetings, it feels to me like the only time we really got into the details of what we need to do here to go through the meetings. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what this is about, but my understanding was that we were really going to delve into the proposals. I think having 1 hour for that was insufficient. I think the discussions around process are important, but that maybe we can also put more emphasis on the time that we have to delve into the discussions, negotiations, and all of that around the program, because ultimately we can have the most amazing process, but if we don't have the time to implement it, then it's not going to pay off as much. So that's just some of my initial feedback, and not in any way to undermine all of the work that has gone into this. I really appreciate it, but I just thought I would provide some of that perspective. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Courtney. Next, we have Adam Peake from the MAG.
Oh, thank you very much, Henriette. Excuse me. Yeah, thinking about, what are we thinking about now and what's on my mind, it's really about the other sessions that are taking place at the IGF. So as the MAG, these last couple of days, and the community members, the observers here, we've been thinking about workshops. But we've also mentioned the high-level track. We've mentioned the youth track. There was, Titi just mentioned parliamentarians. And I think there's a general feeling that these sorts of tracks should be integrated in some way. But we don't really know what those tracks are in detail yet. So that's a, conundrum. That's something we don't know as we think about the overall session. We also don't know about the other sessions. We don't know about the open forums and the town halls, and who will get them and how they will get them and how they will be assessed. We don't know about the dynamic coalitions and the best practice forums and the NRIs. How will they be integrated, and where will they be on this agenda for the week in Katowice, and also for, of course, people online. we're, I suppose, importantly, given that they're the major innovation for this year and also coming from the roadmap, the policy networks, how will they be integrated into the session? Will they have sessions? Will we try and, there's all kinds of things that I won't try and speculate on. But for me, it makes it more challenging to us think about the workshops and which historically we've thought of as the core of the IGF, because it's where the community is represented and their ideas and so on, and the dynamism, I'll try a new word for that, dynamic nature of it all. So that's my concern, is that I feel there's, we've got a lot to do, but there's a lot that is very unknown at the moment. So just that's my thought at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks. So we need a big picture of you. So Secretariat, take note. They've been very busy, but this is definitely on the agenda to update you. Next, I want to call observer. We have Palguni Sundaram Biswal, and then Vince Cerf, and then I'll go back to the MAG. Palguni, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Anrita. Actually, I want to suggest add academia. I want to suggest you that add academia. It will be good.
Academia.
You mean to include the academia in the IGF as the academic sector and academics? Well, it's an interesting point, because at the moment they're very present in the IGF, but they generally, when we present participation statistics, they would be clustered together with civil society mostly. And it's a bit of a conundrum, actually. I think we should table that, because I don't think we adequately reflect in the IGF the important role of academia. So that's a good suggestion. And you can type in the chat if you want to, elaborate a little bit on that. Just type it in the chat.
No, as you know, Anrita, European Union, OECD, ADB, they already added academia. Even UNDESA, even United Nations also recommended for academia. But IGF, as per my knowledge, that IGF also included, but few academia not joined. As per my knowledge, I know.
I'll share in the chat with you some more information, but thanks for that contribution, Palguni.
Thank you.
Next, Vint, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I really appreciate this thoughtful discussion. I think Adam made some very good points about the scope of IGF now, well beyond the various things that we've been discussing. So I think it would help all of us, MAG and observers like I am, to have a better understanding of the scope of the plans for the IGF, recognizing that internet has become increasingly important to a broader range of participants than ever before. On that last point about academia, it's ironic in a way that it's the academics who invented this thing to begin with. So I suppose we ought to acknowledge their presence and contributions, which continue to this day. Perhaps the most important thing, the point that was made earlier, is enough time to discuss our views of the various proposals that are made for the various meetings. I don't know whether it's possible to extend the meeting times from an hour to 2 hours or something like that, but I'm sure everyone feels a certain amount of time pressure to try to get things done. One thought that occurs to me is that if at the end of this IGF, the MAG could propose a process for the next MAG's operation, Perhaps we could remove from the debate all of the process discussions, because we would have settled on a process for planning the next IGF, and spend most of the time in our discussions on the content and selection, rather than spending a lot of time trying to figure out what the process should be. I don't know if that's possible, but maybe that would make things more efficient. That's all I have.
Thanks, Vint. You know, it's a very good suggestion, and I think it happens that there is documentation of process, but there's also, because it's such a bottom-up process, there's also a kind of reopening of process every year, and I think that's a challenge for you know, it's the balance between institutionalizing process and consolidating process and keeping it open and bottom up. I certainly think that it's really necessary to document process. And the Secretariat and I have started, we've been too busy to do much work on it, but we've started a document that actually documents all the different approaches to decisions such as workup selection. And I really hope that we can have time this year to open it up as a kind of wiki to past MAG members to also contribute, so that even if the next MAG wants to make adjustments to the process, at least there's very clear capturing of what it is that they change, because you're quite right, we do lose a lot of time in doing that. So it's a very good suggestion. Next, I give the floor to MAG member Suki Jungdoffel.
Yes, hello to everyone. Thank you very much for organizing this, and I really appreciate, I know how much work it goes into planning and organizing such thing as we had also today. And I just wanted to say that I really liked how you organized it with regard to the evaluation of the workshop, of the proposals, meaning that you indicated how much time that would consume to evaluate each or all the proposals. And so I could block and plan my agenda according to what was needed. And I feel sometimes a little bit lost when it comes to the tasks that we are facing. So for instance, today I just heard, okay, we have to evaluate all the proposals by Friday, and I was not really prepared for doing so, meaning that tomorrow and the day after, I'm actually quite packed with other appointments that I have work-wise. And I would ask you to maybe update the calendar that you have in the internet, and also to indicate the time that would be needed in order to fulfill a task. That would be very helpful for me. And another suggestion I have is, because I really would like to do more and to support you more in fulfilling my role as a MAG member, and maybe you could also think of having something like a Kanban board, where you also put all the small tasks and say, okay, maybe there are some volunteers doing some things within the next 1 or 2 weeks, and with tasks that are being described in detail. So that would be very helpful. So if you need more support from my side, I would love to do so, but please give me some indication on the time consumption of fulfilling this task then.
Thanks very much, Suki. And I think it's a really good idea to facilitate some kind of sharing of tasks. And also more work is ahead. You know, we very emerged in the workshop evaluation process now. But for those of you that are new MAG members, the MAG curation of main sessions, and in this case also the introductory sessions during the preparatory phase, will also be demanding. So, but thanks very much, and thanks for all the support and hard work from those that are doing it. Anyone else? I will now go ahead. Yes.
No, I was just going to say I can just to answer the last two interventions, Adam and Suki. Yes, for the other sessions, we are going to have actually some time in the second day of the MAG meeting on the 30th of June, where we are going to go over the other sessions for the MAG. So that will be in the morning of the 30th of June. And as far as the calendar is concerned, yes, we hear you. And this isn't the first time that we've heard it. We are making great improvements in the calendar function for our new website, which will be out in September, all things working well. But I know this may be a little bit too late for people who are working now. So yes, we'll try and improve what we have now, but the major improvements are coming when the new website is launched, as far as planning and the calendar functions and notification of events, etc., is concerned. Thanks.
And task list, I think that would also be very useful,
yeah.
to have a facility to manage tasks. Shengta, I was actually going to give the floor to you if you wanted to make any further remarks and to just remind MAG members of when we'll next convene. And then I will give the floor to our co-chairs to make some closing remarks. We're finishing early, which is good. I think we all need it, a little bit early. So Shengta, if you can just remind us when we reconvene next week.
All right. Thank you very much, Henriette. So the next time we reconvene is going to be the 30th of June, and it's going to be at 900 hours UTC.
Thanks, Shengta. So it's
yeah.
So and please do complete this phase of your work. And Courtney, your point about preferring to work during actual meetings is taken. We'll try and balance that. It does also put further pressure in terms of time zone. So that's actually also one of the reasons, Courtney, why we encourage MAG members to organize group meetings outside of the main meetings, so that there's more flexibility for them to select a time zone that works for everyone. But your point is taken. I think it does work well for us to work together in sessions like we did today. Chemek, do you have any remarks? And I hope you feel encouraged about the IGF and not intimidated. Do you have any reflections from the host country's perspective?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. No, I do not feel discouraged by any point. I feel even more encouraged by today's meeting, and I was very, happy to participate in the working groups that we had today to gather some of your issues and perspectives on the workshop evaluation process. That was very good experience for me. I also listened to your to the suggestions from the MAG working groups, especially the MAG working groups on hybrid meetings and the strategy, but also the working group on outreach and media strategy, communication strategy. So all of those points are well taken into will be well taken into consideration. Of course, we will discuss this further on with our good colleagues from the IGF Secretariat, and we are very happy and looking forward to cooperate with you in the coming months as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chemek. And on that note, I thank everyone. Thanking to our scribes, our captioners, to the observers, and everyone who's a supporter of the IGF, and to the MAG members. If this was easy, we wouldn't be doing it. So, and I think that we've made good progress, and I look forward to our meeting next week. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henriette, for your chairing, and thank you, everybody, for your attendance and your contributions. And see you next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chengitai. Thank you, team.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Everybody.
See you next week. Bye.
And also thank you for the scribes, of course. Yes, always remember them.
And not to forget the Secretariat. Thanks very much. I think MAG members might not realize that, you know, for the Secretariat to do the compilation of scoring, it was quite demanding because you had so many other things going on. But thanks very much, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye. That's